Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently February 8th, jumping into that video. All right, so we have the dollar spiking here to the high side above the critical 104 zone. It has pushed the S&P and the Q slightly negative. You have weakness across, a little bit of weakness in NVDA, AMD, SMCI. Tesla's holding up. Bitcoin's surging really strong here. Oil's also moving to the high side. So it's a mixed bag of tricks again in the market. Overall, if the dollar still holds most of its gains, it should apply pressure to this market. We're seeing yields also trying to push higher here due to the back of the initial job loss claims report earlier this morning. We have PayPal gapping down roughly 8 to 10%. I do have some buy levels on PayPal, but it's a little bit lower. Energy stocks are strong today on the back of oil pushing up above 75 a barrel. Oil is up 1.33%. Bitcoin again trading above 45,000 at the moment. I could see there's a short trade on Bitcoin, but it's much higher. Meta's a little bit weak today. Google slightly positive and strong. Microsoft slightly down in the pre-market. Apple slightly down in the pre-market. So we're just going to take this thing slow today. I am still under the weather, so I apologize that I haven't been doing streams. Been hit with a nasty cold. Sorry about my voice. It's probably a little bit weathered. We have 3 minutes till the open. I do believe energy stocks can be played on the long side, likes of Chevron, Rig, XOM. So if we get any sort of pullback intraday in the energy names due to some potential market weakness, we can actually look to scoop some up. You've just had Microsoft turn green. SMCI is down a couple percent, so that one's looking like a nice potential fade opportunity. I think you may see some weakness in NVIDIA as well in the back of this SMCI. SMCI is trading now down 2.3%. I could see it flushing all the way down to the 645 area, where you'll have your first level of support. QQQ has broken this little trend line on the intraday chart. You can see your pivot to pivot. You're currently trading at 431.96. You do have a gap fill in the Qs all the way down to 430. Sorry, was that 427.69? So I'm watching energy stocks, I'm watching semis, watching Bitcoin. Just want to see how this market opens. We have had the dollar pull in from the highs. Some mega caps have firmed up. Tesla looks like it wants to push higher off of a continuation move. Microsoft just turned green. It's coming in a little bit more. So Qs have retraced now to this little neckline. We'll see if it gets rejected. Big push up in SMCI. I'm actually going to fade SMCI here again, especially if it fills this gap. All right, guys, I'm shorting SMCI 676.50. It's a 1/4 position, 676.50. Next ad level on SMCI will be at gap fill. PayPal's still down just over 9%. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Bitcoin's still holding up. NVDA, AMD, Microsoft, Apple, SMCI, all negative on the session. PayPal's getting a really big bid off of the lows right now. Qs are coming in. AMD's below the short-term 7-day moving average. Oil's still pumping up here. All right, guys, I'm taking a 166. I'm looking at put options on AMD. Put options on AMD. I'm going to take a 167. I'm looking at 1 DTEs. SMCI is pushing up, so get ready to add a gap fill here. XOM, big surge in XOM. Qs are still coming in. All right, I just added there at 684 to my SMCI. That's the second entry. Second entry at 684. Apple's pushing down, Google's reversing, Meta's curling down, Amazon's weak on the session, Tesla just went negative, NVIDIA's positive. XOM is ripping here. XOM is ripping. Let's see what else we've got going on. Palantir up a couple percent. That HOLO, that's up 107%. Massive move. Massive move. Tesla negative. Excuse me. Baba negative. Mars up 7%. Roblox, Uber doing well. Neo negative. Qs are curling down. SMCI is still pushing up. So next two ad levels are basically on SMCI are going to be 693 and then a pierce to this double top. Dollar has faded quite substantially. NVIDIA is still ripping, trying to push for new highs. NVIDIA is ripping. Google at the highs of the session. Qs are still trying to hold at this area. Apple's negative, Q's positive, SPY positive, Russell positive. SMCI never quite hit our next level there. We are seeing the indices fade just a little bit here. Microsoft's new highs, almost pushing for a new all-time high on Microsoft. Meta's curling down. Oil still above 75. PayPal's still weak on the session. I'm watching that one closely for a long entry. NVDA is still pushing up here. Apple's flipped green. Tesla's weak on the session. It's the only mega cap that's down, with Amazon and Meta. Hey, good morning, Sarfraz. Yeah, I've been better. I'm a little under the weather. You can probably hear it in my voice. So I've been battling a fever and a cough, but thank you, man. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm going to take 192 0DT puts on the Russell. 192 0DT puts on the Russell, guys. It's a high-risk trade, but I think we could see the Russell retest these lows. So we're still short SMCI, and we took some puts on the Russell here, guys. If we look at the S&P, that is starting to come in just a little bit. So you have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red, 6 with the transports. You have communications, energy, industrials, tech, and staples, and XLY all green on the session. The Qs are losing the EMA 113. That should yield more downside. Remember, every single mega cap was red in the pre-market. They've bounced it quite substantially well, but now it's starting to come in. I like 168 puts on AMD. I'm going to go 1 DTE, 168, 1 DTE. So I'll carry that into tomorrow just in case. So 168 put on AMD. And here, SMCI is coming in nicely here, guys. SMCI is coming in nicely. So we're riding 3 trades at the moment, 168 puts, 1 DTE on AMD. We're riding 192 puts on the Russell. And we have a short on SMCI here. Bitcoin still above 45,000. Now you have NVIDIA turning negative. AMD down 1%, SMCI down 1%, NVIDIA down 0.73%, Apple down 0.25%, Tesla down 1%, Meta down 0.73%. We did have Fed Barkin come out with some nasty comments. Really isn't that good for the bulls. You know, he's basically kind of told us that the data that we've been receiving from the government sources, the BLS, has, you know, there's a strong case that it's been manipulated in favor to show resiliency and strengthen the economy. And that's basically causing the Fed's hands to be tied and for them to not be looking to cut rates so quickly. So it's kind of a little interesting phenomenon that is occurring. Dixie's still up 0.25%, 25 cents on the session. Crude oil's up 1.45. PayPal's still coming down. Microsoft did make a new all-time high price there. Hasn't got a close above it, but it did make a new high, all-time high price. If Tesla flushes to about 184.50-ish, we can look for some long trades on Tesla. You've now had the transports turn red along with the Dow Industrial Average. All right, ARM is retesting. This is a short level on ARM. I just shorted ARM here at 108.50. 108.50. This is a 1/4 position. 108.5. ARM did have a big rejection off of this area yesterday. It is pushing higher right now. Microsoft's reversing from the highs, still positive on the session. You have Apple negative, NVDA negative, SMCI is positive, AMD is negative. BABA's down 3.5%. The dollar's softening just a little bit here. It's allowing oil to push back up. Bitcoin's still holding up. Tesla's got a bounce. Google's starting to sell off here. All right, guys, we're going to add to ARM basically above 111.20. It'll be the second entry on the short side of ARM. All right, guys, I just got filled there. 111.20 on ARM. 111.20. That's the second entry on the short side. My average is sitting at 109.96. Still trying to push up. It's up now in the session 45%. Absolute crazy price action. The dollar has softened up quite substantially here. NVIDIA's flipped back green. Same thing with Microsoft. Same thing with AMD. All right, so ARM is starting to come in just a little bit here. ARM is starting to come in. Still holding short SMCI, holding short ARM, Russell put, and an AMD 1 DTE put. So all indices are green except for the S&P, just slightly negative on the session. The SPY is slightly negative on the session. You do have the VIX starting to fall. SPY is stuck under the EMA 113. If you look at the QQQ here, the Q is actually above the EMA 113, showing a little bit of relative strength across the tech space. We do have some more economic data later today. We have a 30-year bond auction that is set to commence. Google looks like it's weak. It's starting to curl over to the downside. Next ad level on ARM is going to be above 113. You have Microsoft coming in really hard now. Microsoft coming in really hard. The Russell 2000 is making a big move to the high side. So you have the two largest companies, Microsoft and Apple, red on the session. NVDA is slightly negative. We'll see if this starts to weigh in on the broad market indices. The Dixie has softened up quite substantially here. The DXY has started to fall quite substantially here. It's due for a little bit of a mini technical bounce off of this area, so it may start to put pressure on the indices. But the fact that Microsoft making a new high and then reversing pretty sharply off of that area, and it's gone negative, we'll see if that ends up creating more downside in this market. Still short SMCI, still short ARM, still have a lot of maneuverability for the ARM position. Alright guys, I just added to ARM there at 103.10. Sorry, 113.10. Brings the average up to 111.57. Next ad level is at 115. Google just turned slightly negative, Meta's slightly negative, Tesla's slightly positive, NVIDIA's slightly green, Amazon's slightly negative. So the majority of the mega caps are down on the session. You're just having some strength continuation in some of the semiconductor names on the back of ARM. ARM is almost at this next level here. It's up 48% on the session. Alright guys, I just added to ARM at 115.60. 115.60 brings the average up to 114.11. And we are still squeezing here on ARM. What a magnificent rally. This one's still trying to squeeze. It's up on the session 52% and climbing. What a standout. Remember, in that pre-market, we hit a high. Remember, our pre-market high was here yesterday and got rejected. You saw a fall from that pre-market high level of roughly 16%. So we could see something similar in nature. Qs are still trying to push up and make a little bit of a new high. Alright, big drop on ARM there. Big drop on ARM. We like that. We're just in the money. Slowly accumulating. We are in the money now on ARM. Still holding an SMCI short. Down a little bit on that trade. The resiliency in the market continues. Oil is continuing to rip here. So we still have Microsoft and Apple negative on the session. AMD, NVDA, SMCI are all positive. Semiconductors across the board are positive. Bitcoin strong. SPY positive. QQQ positive. Russell outperforming everything. ARM is up a whopping over 50%. Stellar move on ARM. Qs are trying to push for a new all-time high price here. New all-time high price on the Qs is coming into play. The dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here. All right, guys, I'm going to add one more time to ARM above 120. Above 120. There's 120. All right, I just filled at 120, 130. 120, 130. Wow. What an epic move up. Look at this ARM price action. Up 61% as we speak. This is absolutely insane. I mean, for a move to happen like this off of just a revenue of only 824 million is absolutely crazy. So oil is screaming higher. It's now up on the session 1.9% and climbing. Again, if oil keeps pushing higher here, it's going to force the dollar to bounce here and yields to bounce. Oil had a big rejection at that $79 level. It's now bouncing and recapturing at least 50% of those losses. And it's creating a higher low pattern. Apple curling down, Microsoft curling down. So again, you have some pretty heavy selling occurring in Apple here. We're just waiting on ARM. We also have an SMCI short. SMCI is looking a little bit vulnerable here. AMD is back to the negative side. So is NVDA. So is SMCI. Tesla's back to the green side. Qs are hitting the EMA 113, trying to bounce here. Oil's continuing to surge. Thinkorswim won't let you short ARM? That's odd. What that's telling me is all the shares have been borrowed. Sometimes you have to call your trading desk and they'll have to find shares, but that's telling me that there's a lot of people shorting ARM already, and it likely means that the price action is going to come down. Typically when they don't allow you to short, it means everyone's borrowed the shares too short already. Often if you call your trading desk, you can actually try to locate some shares. Sometimes brokerages will also not allow you to short it because it's made such a big volatility range breakout. But from my experience, whenever your broker doesn't allow you to short something, it means that this is just kind of a fake pump, and this is going to come in pretty hard. For ARM to make a 50% plus move off of just under $1 billion in revenue is just absolute insane bubble. It just defies all the logic of fundamental analysis. We do technical. What brokerage is IG? IG? All right, guys, so we're in the money on our ARM position. We are in the money on our SMCI position as well. Looking for more downside across these names. You have had the S&P turn negative here on the session. The dollar is getting a pretty big bounce here. Hey DJ Nice, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Amazon's pushing for a new high of day. I do have a long level coming up on PayPal, guys, so keep PayPal on watch. PYPL, keep PayPal on watch for a long trade. ARM is just relentless here, right back to the high side. SPY is still slightly negative on the session. The Qs are slightly positive. Amazon new high of day. Tesla's also ripping here. Apple's weak on the session. Apple has some daily chart support sitting at 187.36. That's the 7-day moving average. The DXY is ripping here. Take a look at the Dixie. It's trying to push up again to the high side here. Amazon new high. All right, guys, keep your eye on PayPal around that 56.50 area. I do like it for a long. We are seeing some buyers coming into the picture here. So PayPal's trying to catch a little bit of a bid off of the lows. It's currently down over 10%, 10.25%. SMCI is pushing back up. Oil still at the highs of the session. WTI crude currently up 1.87%. Google gunning for new high. Amazon's still really strong. Tesla's firmed up here nicely, up 0.62%. You still have Apple negative, AMD negative, NVDA slightly negative. Super high risk trade here, guys. I'm going to go long HOLO 21.24. I just got filled. 21.24. We just got filled. High risk trade here, guys. Basically, I'm keeping a tight stop loss on the trade. Qs are still at the highs of the session here. Alright guys, we're seeing HOLO trying to push up here off of the lows. This was up over 100%. It's pretty much done a full round trip. Alright guys, start trailing the stops on this HOLO. It's getting a big spike. I'm going to put an in the money stop at 21.50 here. 21.50 in the money stop. So we are protecting the trade. Come on, let's see what we can get. This is a high flying momentum name. Super speculative. We are long HOLO at 21.24. We're in the money nicely with an in the money stop. See if we can get a little bit more upside. Alright, I'm moving my stop up a little bit more here to 21.88. 21.88. Alright, keep trailing that stop up. I'm going to put a 22 stop now. 22 stop on that trade, so we're up nicely off of this level. We're up 3.69% off of this name. This is a long trade trigger. Super risky, but we have an in the money stop on this trade right now. Alright guys, my stop was just hit on this trade, so we banked 3.69%. Congrats if you took that with us. That was a quick one. Let's look back at our ARM short. ARM potentially putting in a little bit of lower highs right now. Still very strong on the session. Still waiting on SMCI. Still have a short on ARM. Seeing NVIDIA starting to weaken a little bit more now. All right, guys, I like the relative weakness in Netflix today. Netflix is currently down 0.5%, and it's putting in some bearish consolidation to move lower. So I'm looking at some put options on Netflix. Still holding my arm short, SMCI short, Russell 2000 put option, AMD 168 put. But Netflix looks like it may want to head to about 550 today. Let's see what type of cons are out there. Yeah, there's a potentially a bearish hourly pattern on Netflix here. So Apple's down 0.8%. Qs are slightly green. SPY's slightly negative. Microsoft's negative. NVIDIA's negative. AMD's negative. SMCI's negative. Tesla's slightly green, up 0.2%. Meta's down 0.5%. Google's up 0.4%. Amazon's up 0.2%. QQQ putting a little bit of a bear flag here to move lower. Qs are really struggling at this resistance. You can see here the last 10, 20, 30 minutes the Qs have been rejected off of this little neckline pattern. Ooh. And I apologize if I'm not talking as much, guys. My voice is a little bit hoarse with this sickness. Apple still at the lows of the session. Still selling pretty hard on Apple. So we're still holding a short on ARM, slightly down on the trade. We're still holding a short on SMCI. We're basically flat on that. Alright, so AMD's softening up a little bit more. Apple leading the charge to the downside in terms of mega caps. It is now down 0.88%. Qs are slightly negative now. S&P is also negative. Small caps are holding up. Apple down now 1% on the session. NVDA down 0.5%. Microsoft down 0.12%. So megacap tech is slowly starting to be under pressure, with Apple getting hit pretty hard today on the daily session. That should translate into more downside for the market. Again, it's very rare to have the few of the biggest companies red and the Qs holding up. Apple's about to test the 7-day moving average, sitting at 187.28. Markets are getting a big bounce here, with Apple bouncing pretty sharply. So the dollar's softening yet again. So this is a very sloppy head and shoulders on Microsoft. Now if you trigger this little neckline break here, could have roughly moved down to 410.70 on Microsoft. NVDA pushing up, flipping back to the positive side. Alright guys, get ready to add to our SMCI short. SMCI is squeezing, basically trying to put in a new high of day. SPY still negative. Russell's outperforming up 1%. Qs are basically slightly green, up 0.11. Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD all negative. SMCI up 1.16%. Amazon's starting to weaken here a little bit more, pulling in from the highs. Right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors green. 5 sectors red, plus the transports and the Dow Jones Industrial also red. The dollar is trying to push up here a little bit more. Potential intraday inverse head and shoulders on the dollar. You have a flat top neckline. You break this little neckline, the dollar should have a move up of roughly 12 cents to the high side, which should put you at a new high of day on the dollar. So if the dollar hits a new high of a day and triggers this little inverted head and shoulders here, that should push the indices for a new low of day. Oil still ripping. It's now up a couple percent, 2.17% on oil. Again, take a look at Microsoft as well. PayPal looks a little interesting down here. I want to see it make a new low, and then we potentially have a little bit of a long trigger. You can see PayPal's into this previous reversal zone. And there is a gap fill on PayPal. There's two actually. One here at 55.40 and another one here at 54.35. Dollar is still trying to break out here. Look at this oil chart go, guys. Oil is just absolutely flying. Huge, huge move to the upside in oil. Microsoft's had a big push here, basically back to the positive side. NVDA's back green, Apple's still negative, Google's green, Meta's negative down 0.5%, Amazon's slightly green, Tesla's up 0.7%. PayPal still looks interesting here, guys. It's still approaching this support level that I have. 56.48 or lower is an intriguing buy level on PayPal. Still seeing potentially a bounce trade in PayPal, PYPL. Disney up 10%, Baba down 2.9%. ARM is still up 54%. Crazy, crazy moves. SPY still slightly negative. Qs are slightly green. Russell's outperforming up 1%, but it has pulled in from the highs. NVDA is getting a big push now. The 10-year and the 20-year have been just firmly moving up all session. I find that interesting. Pretty much at the highs of the session. Big push on the Qs there. Big push on the Qs. Qs basically just made a new high. New all-time high on the Qs. Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA all pushing higher here. Amazon's consolidating. All right, so you have the Qs pushing up higher here, pushing for new all-time highs. And you also have the dollar trying to potentially break out of here above the 104.33 zone. SPY is still slightly negative, so it's lagging. The indices, the S&P is lagging. Excuse me, guys. So the Dixie is fading here, which is helping propel the Qs to new highs. You can see the Qs are basically pushing up new highs as the Dixie fades. Next resistance on the Qs is really only at this upsloping trend line all the way back from February 2nd to your pivot high, which is puts you right around the 433.97. We do have a big 30-year bond auction later today. That bond auction, let me just figure out the time. I think it's around 1:30, but let me just confirm that. Sorry, so we have a 4-week bill auction at 11:30, 8-week bill auction at 11:30. Then at 1 o'clock, you have the Atlanta Fed GDP. And then at 1 o'clock, you have the 30-year. So there's some market moving data that's coming into play here, potentially at 11:30. Those are the minor events. And then at 1 o'clock, you have the major events. S&P is still slightly negative. Qs are up. Russell's up. It's now approaching the 11 o'clock time frame. Just going to do a quick volume check on the indices. Super light volume so far. Only 9.6 million shares trade on the SPY. That is extremely light. That's extremely light. This could be one of the lightest volume sessions of the year. Sorry, this lightest volume sessions of the day. At noon, we'll double check to see what it roughly is, and then we just double it to kind of get an average volume check. But it's extremely light volume. Which means that there's not much sell pressure in the markets today. As of now. Still have some pretty big data sets coming out. 11:30 and 1 o'clock. Excuse me. Guys, keep PayPal on watch. I am interested in a long on PayPal. It's almost at our technical support. Guys, we're going to go long PayPal, basically around this low 56 area. This is some good support here, but we're looking for a move down to about 56. You can see the indices are trying to bounce, or sorry, PayPal's trying to bounce. Indices are coming in just a little bit. Still the S&P 500 red. Qs are green. Semis are green. Still holding my SMCI short, my ARM short. Yeah, so Nat Gas had inventories today. Came in, basically it shows that the demand was slightly more than expected, but relatively flat. The price action in Nat Gas is just so weak. It's down 2.48% right now. If we look at natural gas, continuing to make new lows on Nat Gas. And again, the big resistance or the big support that we've broken are these major pivots here. Not a good sign for Nat Gas. You are getting oversold though. Hey Leo, I save that for my members. When to buy Nat Gas. But if you're a long-term investor, I mean, in this area is certainly not a bad risk to reward. You do have a gap fill that you're approaching on the weekly chart here, sitting at 185. S&P potentially putting in a lower high. We'll see if it makes a lower low. Qs are still the stronger indice. QQQ basically right back underneath this neckline.
New high a day of 91% on those 133s. Almost in the money. Okay, SMCI.
Alright, there's the pop on spot for 497.6 bucks. See if we can claim the EMAs. 40% gain on Meta. I sold a quarter here. Definitely winning.
All right, so we're seeing Microsoft pulling in from the highs. It's back to the negative side. Meta's strong. Amazon's at the highs. NVDA's near the highs of the session. Tesla's curling up. Apple's bounced off of the lows, but still weak on the session. QQQ is still trying to firm up here. Russell's pushing up. The 10-year and the 20-year and the 30-year keep moving higher here. The dollar has softened, though it's only up 21 cents on the session. Again, I still have a buy level on PayPal around the low 56 area, low 56. NVIDIA is starting to curl over just a little bit. I'm paying close attention to Microsoft here. Because Microsoft, look at the Qs. So the Qs are well above the EMA 113. Microsoft, the world's largest company, is below the EMA 113. It's going to be difficult for this market to. I'm surprised the markets haven't seen more sell side pressure with Microsoft now and Apple negative. And if Microsoft breaks this trend line, that's not going to bode well for the market. Oil is still pushing higher here.
I added $200 calls at Tesla, and I still have the 215 swing that it's up 50%.
Tesla, big rip on Tesla. Again, guys, we're seeing the big divergence between the Qs and Microsoft. Microsoft breaking down here below the EMA 113. Potential lower high on Microsoft. I think we could see Microsoft chopping this channel now. I have this little parallel channel of support and resistance. PayPal new low of day. Again, SPY still negative, Russell's positive.
SPY trying to trade short again on the algo because that's the same spot from earlier. Still in the squeeze. Oh shit! It has not fired.
So in terms of the top gainers today, you have Monolithic Power, ticker MPWR, 14%, Ralph Lauren's, Disney, News, Tapestry, Wynn Resorts, Westrock, Hershey, Masco. Some of the laggers, PayPal, Everest Group, Snap-on, FleetCor, SPGI, McKesson, Kenvue, O'Reilly, all getting clobbered. Just want to read through some of these headlines to see if there's anything we can discuss here on the stream.
Tesla up 65% in the 200s.
So in 10 minutes, we do have some of the bond auction, guys. The short-term notes.
TSM of 155% and the 133 call they just called out. Are you going? Don't forget to secure your profit. 133 calls from
We are seeing the VIX starting to creep up here, curl up to the high side, so that's not going to bode well for the markets. Downside protection is being gobbled up at this point in time.
I took my profit here on Apple. Shark, yeah, I sold a couple of pieces. I told you Netflix favor got a slightly higher high, Shark. I called out Netflix a half hour ago. Take me at the money. I just got a little bit more than you can pull back. It's who knows? Who knows? If Mikey's not in it, I don't know how excited I am yet. No, I wish I was so. Yeah, that was a good thought. Knife the bomb.
Yes, you did, like a fucking G.
I don't know if QQ's flagging here or if it's just going to fail and make a double top. Yeah, it is flagging. The thing that's concerning me is the flag. Yeah, look at IWM. It just tried to make a new high of day and it just got slapped straight back down. SPY still rejecting sideways. Yeah, downside just looks better than upside. I don't see the momentum for it right now. Yeah. Microsoft going for low of day here.
Unbelievable.
Top here at 191. This would be a put scalp on Tesla. So 187.5 to $80. This candle closes in 12 seconds. See how it closes. I like it. Oh shit. He likes it. Holy shit. Is that gonna happen? It closed under 191 by 3 cents. Look at that shit right now. What's the 15-minute say on Tesla? No way, that doesn't look like it's gonna roll that fuck workday, but it's a piece of shit. What's the next move up on Tesla? 194. Yeah. 190. Where is this level? Where did I get this from? 940. 191.8. We're basically there. If it breaks 191.8, it should just go straight to 194. Yeah. Come on. And we're like, this is like exhausting type. Look at Netflix. What's that? Ripping. Oh my god, that's great. She was at 558. Yeah, Microsoft, lower low. Lower that. Big gap. I'm gonna take those tears. There we go. So that 11:15 candle with the short signal, it closed, and it, like I said, with that candle setup, it should go straight to low day. So now watch the balance spot right here. Those Tesla contracts are up 10%. Beautiful tweezer top. 12%. Thanks for making a trade right now. Yeah, thank God. Fucking 48. I'm talking about that. Exactly what you said there. Meta's still running. Wait, oh. Yeah, I topped it out, and then I added again below that. So I'm back to an original position. You're up 35% on the $35 call for March 15th. No, Jesus, Netflix. What a prick. And they're trying hard, right? Whoa. Is that the guy? They do not want you to play hard. That's the downside. Yeah, there's that drop on the spot.
Alright, so we're seeing Microsoft leading the chart to the downside again, well below the EMA 113. The Qs are just about to test the EMA 113. So big divergence between the NASDAQ and the world's biggest company here. Apple, Microsoft, again, all week on the session. You still have strength in NVDA, Tesla, Meta, all firming up here, but things could be in for a little bit of trouble here, specifically since Microsoft has triggered a little bit of this breakdown of this neckline. Downside target should take you to about 410.86 on the chart.
There goes Microsoft under low day.
SPY is making a lower low on the session. SPY is making a lower low.
SPY should wick down to 497.17. 18, sorry. I'm about to have to get out of it. That's my level. I got 56. This is the 200 EMA on SPY. They're trying to take it. They are trying their hardest to take arms to the EMA 113.
PayPal is almost at our buy target. Not quite there yet. Almost, though.
Fucking wicked. Fuck off the wicked.
All right, so the VIX is spiking here, up 1.5%. VIX is actually up 2.42%. UVXY is up 1.5%. We do have that short-term note auction that is occurring right now, so that could put upward pressure on yields and the dollar. Right now, the dollar is actually selling off, coming in sharply. So the yields are actually softening just a little bit on the 10 and the 2 spread.
What's your balance? So I'm actually long at 62.
Also, 5:30 call, February 9th. This is extreme high risk.
NVDA bull flagging here on the pod. Let's chase the end. Right now, I'm not.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry about my cold here.
Watching the spy shop. Yep. Trying to find setups on individual names. We're coming into lunchtime. I want it to be done by 11:30. Apple was a break-even trade, and then Amazon and Tesla are both 20%ers today. So yeah, I'm still on Apple. I might end up. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nice. Look at that pop right there. It's about to close to my target. 188.3. And there we go, Sharky. Let's go. Let's ride. Broncos country. Beautiful bounce to 200 EMA spot. Yeah, that was good. I'm still not out of the woods. I hear you. So it's about, those ads.
Bitcoin's now retesting 45,000. Apple's curling up, Tesla's curling up, Meta's pushing up, Amazon's pushing. Microsoft's trying to hold here at this 413 area.
Hit her up. Test for the new high.
Another high risk play, guys. We played it once already this morning, this HOLO. It's potentially putting in an inverted head and shoulders here. Your head left shoulder. Basically, you have triggered this neckline break, which means that we could see a push up in this name, basically back up to about 27.20. That would be a pretty big move. If we get a retrace down to the neckline, we could potentially play this on the long side.
Yes, sir. Yep. Ooh, okay, Tesla. Are we on the train back to school? Yeah. You know what? 3-day prediction? Oh yeah. Yes, exactly. You read my mind. I was just getting that. Big call. Also, by the way, Jim Cramer just said he thinks our holdings is still a buy. Oh, fuck. Hang it up, boys. Hang it up.
Jim Cramer just said ARM Holdings is still a buy after it's popped up 50% today. So around the 120 level, Jim Cramer says it's still a buy.
Alright, so I pinned that prediction up in the nest above for Tesla, basically where I think it can cap within the next 3 days, 3 trading days or something. It's the end of February 12th. So whatever that is on trading days. But yeah, that's pinned up in the nest above the chart with the target level. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I threw some AMD predictions that hit earlier. I think I threw Apple as well. I'm not sure now. Apple, I choose you. I choose you. Charmander. I gotta say, Mikey strikes me as a guy who 100% played Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! When he was a kid. Bro, no. I was for sure. Oh my god. I wish I still had the books of cards I have. They probably were so much money. Oh my god. Yeah, I probably missed that. I have so many, and they were all like black and white. I kept them in the 1980s and 90s ago. I'm kind of pissed about that. They're just all gone. Either some kid has them right now, or they just got thrown in the trash for good. Kind of sad. What you gonna do in that EMA 113, boy? Go Apple. You need to get a Res 880. Or Res 5. A little better. PLTR is popping up here. Nice bid there on 5. Nice bounce on IWM. I'm actually, I got a jet for a bit, but I'm gonna back. Sounds good. So, John, can you look at the hours? You didn't? Alright, you got it.
So Microsoft has firmed up just a tad here. Still negative on the session. Still a huge divergence between Microsoft and the Qs. Qs are well above the EMA 113. Microsoft's well below.
I'm actually out of half. I'm long good. For the listeners, I put my Apple chart there at the top of Spaces. I know not Jordan took Apple calls as well, but that was my chart. But my entry, my
So there's a headline here on CNBC that the average credit card balance jumped 10% to a record 6,300 as more consumers fall behind on payments. That's certainly not a positive sign, but you have the indices at all-time highs here, and you have credit card delinquencies pretty much rising sharply.
Don't forget, we got the oxygen one. Yep. Roads. Yep. 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 Like, yeah, I decided just for shits and giggles, totally expecting it to either go to zero or, look a shekel. I bought one contract for 145 plus on ARM. Didn't even look at the chart for tomorrow expiration just for fun. Fuck it. Oh, wow. Just for fun. Literally just for fun and not, like I said, I didn't even look at the chart, so it's literally.
Again, you still have the SPY negative, Qs are positive.
Hey guys, what should I order for lunch? Ooh, Dave's hot chicken. Dave's hot chicken. I don't have that here, man. You could probably get a even better chicken sandwich. Anyway, but yeah, I feel like a bagel's the way to go right now. No, like it's later for you. It's not as early. Yeah, I can't do a bagel. Honestly, I'm not really a breakfast guy in general. Big champ coming in. Big champion vibe. What's up, guys? What's good, baby? Just went to trade. Maybe back. Oh yeah. These are interesting. Some Apple calls. I've been at some AMDs that I kind of got smoked on. I've been banking off of
Alright, so we're seeing the dollar pretty much fade here quite substantially. It's still slightly green, but it has pulled from the highs quite a bit here, the DXY. Yields have softened just a little bit, still green on the session. The DXY is coming up into the EMA 113, sitting at 104.16. You can see the Qs are actually trying to break out here. This little trend line, you can arguably say it's a little inverted head and shoulders pattern here on the Qs. They're just relentless. They just want to keep grinding higher and higher and higher. PayPal's got a little bit of a bounce off of the lows. Still have Apple negative, down 0.5%. Microsoft down 0.18. AMD slightly negative. SMCI up 1.2. Tesla up 1.7. NVDA up 0.39. Alright, the Dixie just flushed into that 10-minute EMA 113. What do you think? Should be a short? Disney? Let's take a peek. I mean, this has had a strong earnings gap up. So let's look at the daily chart. You're into this wide range red bar reversal from a few earnings reports ago. So there is some resistance there. Just want to be mindful that Disney was putting in a whole lot of consolidation here for a few weeks. So this gap up may not be the easiest target to fade. You know, sure, you could probably get a little bit of a one, maybe $1 or $2 pullback. But the markets are trying to firm up here. Disney, let's see if there's any sort of divergence. Small divergence. Let's see the weekly chart. Let's see if there's any sort of moving average resistance. So I mean, if Disney closes the week above the EMA 113 here, this is the weekly chart. If Disney closes the week above this, it's going to push up to this weekly 200 MA. Now, I think you could get a day trade scalp short at this pivot here, 117, 118.
For 105,000 and 115 put sell for 333,000.
Yeah, I would look for a short in this 118 area. Maybe a small swing short. You know, day trade short. I'd wait for a bearish divergence to occur on the 10-minute chart. Still haven't got it. Just a tough name to short. I wouldn't want to, because this one's been so depressed, underperforming the S&P. Finally got a positive earnings reaction, so there's a lot of momentum potentially behind Disney because it has been so depressed against the S&P 500 and Qs. Not saying it can't work for a short here. Probably could get a retrace to 109.50. but it just doesn't really fit in my criteria there, Sarfraz. But I mean, you can certainly risk it here and just use a tight stop loss, high of day stop loss. That's certainly something you can do, but I personally would wait till about 118. But there's no shame in trying it here and just keeping a tight stop loss on the trade. You know, it could work out. And I mean, you do have a potential lower high, your first lower high in place, so that might be some sort of an indication that you can potentially short here. Mini head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. If you trigger this neckline, could have a couple, about a dollar move to the downside. I'm seeing NVDA starting to weaken here just a little bit. I'm still interested in a long on PayPal, guys. No problem, Sarfraz. Again, sorry my voice. I'm just sound like I'm monotone. I'm just still under the weather. Really, really struggling here, guys.
Let's go, let's stay everything. Hey, how's it going?
PayPal flushes into this 55.50, 54, 55.40 zone. It's creating this falling wedge pattern, and we will look to scalp it on the long side. So it appears that this is a potential failed breakout here on the Qs. This inverse head and shoulders got a breakout above the neckline, then you got to reclose back below the neckline. So therefore, it has not technically broken out yet, and this could be a failed pattern. NVIDIA is selling off harder now. It's actually about to go negative.
Whoa. The part feels like every Fed president has really said the same thing. It's like going circles, that's all.
Bitcoin's losing 45,000 at the same time.
Pile of doo-doo? Yeah. I'm taking like a 50% loss on that one. Okay. Which is ouchy, but not in as many cons as like a normal position, so that's better. But still heavy loss percentage-wise, for sure. And it's just because I broke my rules. I'm still short Google as long as it continues to close below VWAP on the 5. Oh, buddy. So, I mean, we're just chopping, and these are ADT contracts. I got the scale earlier when the evening star played out, and I entered in and got that next red candle.
This is a day trade scalp.
QCOM 147 put.
I'm looking to short coin. I'll let you know once I take an entry.
Alta up 320% of the 5.
Alright guys, I'm short coin here, 130.66. 130.66. This is a 1/4 position.
Last Casey sold. I just tweeted it out. Tesla's the bull back on the 5 minute. Oh. Yeah, looking good. I would have liked to see a retest yesterday's high, but didn't quite get it.
Potential 10-minute bear wedge on Microsoft.
See what happens.
See the Qs are pushing right back up.
Breaking out of the flat. Tesla looks really good. Just got above the 9 EMA.
Whoa, big stick on SMCI.
20% on Tesla now. Beautiful trade on Tesla. Oh, it's getting a nice push here. Yes, it is. Tesla's a beautiful example. If you're not using extended hours for pre-market, you really should. Pre-market high was 190.25, and the call entry right there was a green candle off of that level. So, really, really nice pop there on Tesla. Whoa, IWM volume 1.2 million, the highest of the day.
Alright, so Bitcoin's reattacking 45,000. It's recapturing it, which is why coin is moving back up here. Qs are also pushing back up. Russell's still up 0.97%. SPY is down 0.06%. The Qs are up 0.26%. Strength coming from the semiconductors.
Yes, sir.
This is the second time the Qs are flipping the 10 a.m. high since this support. We get a push.
Big push on NVDA. Bitcoin's back below 45, so it's a big fighting ground between 45,000 for Bitcoin. What's interesting is you've had the dollar really sell off for the last 2 hours. Bitcoin sold off for the last 90 minutes. Hey Liam, welcome to the stream. Tesla, what are you looking at Tesla? You looking for a day trade, swing trade? Tesla intraday patterns, just putting in a potential bull flag on a 10-minute chart.
MRVL, Marval. Our $72 calls are heavily in the money. I also just saw $80 call come through. About 160,000 for MRDL.
So guys, the breadth in the market is very, very weak today. You have both Dow components negative, and then you have 6 out of the 11 sectors red. You have 5 sectors green, but 6 sectors red. So the breadth continues to deteriorate here, and things are just being propped up by the semiconductors. Day trade? Yeah, I mean, Tesla's curling up here. You could probably get a scalp long. But again, the breadth in the market is a little weak right now. You know, Tesla's into a big gap fill over here in the daily chart, so there's some resistance here. There's certainly some resistance at that 191.59 zone, and it was rejected off that level, so there's certainly some resistance on Tesla, but I'm not day trading it on the long side. Bitcoin trying to recapture 45. I'm seeing Amazon curling down right now. Oil's still chugging along, making new highs. It's almost pushing $76 a barrel.
The volume coming into TWAP.
Again, now you have NVIDIA starting to underperform the Qs. Qs are trading above the EMA 113. NVIDIA is trading below.
I'm going to try scalping TWAP. $55 fall.
Keep your eye on DWAC, DWAC. The volume is starting to uptick, making new highs of the day. It looks like it wants to head to $51 at least. There's a gap fill sitting at $50 and about 70 cents, 50, 70.
I'm also adding DWAP. $100 falls February 16th. Nice.
So Bitcoin's back above 45,000. Tesla had a hard 10-minute down candle. Apple's curling up. Google's curling up. Meta's just flagging sideways. Another potential inverse head and shoulders on the Qs here. It's currently testing the neckline breakout.
Oh, shake, shake, shake the room. Shake, 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 shake the room. Shake the room. Let's go. Come on, Apple. Let's get through yesterday's low.
Apple's surging here. Apple just had a huge 3-minute candle to the upside. A nice green stick to the upside, lifting the whole broad market here. The indices, the SPY, the Qs. Apple single-handedly lifting everything.
Go, Apple. What a shift. Time to run it, girl. All right. Yeah. Go, slide. Not 10 o'clock. New idea. Let's go.
Qs have triggered this little breakout. Upside target is 433.90-ish. It's going to be difficult with Microsoft faltering a little bit here, but you do have strength in Apple coming into the picture. So Apple is pushing up, whereas opposed Microsoft is curling down here. Big drop there on Microsoft on volume. Again, Microsoft is the larger company, heavier weighting. So we want to respect that with Microsoft being weak here. It has more of a net impact on the market than Apple does. Seeing NVIDIA curling back down, Meta curling down, Google curling up, Amazon curling up. The S&P 500 SPY is about to turn green.
Shopify should see an increase in activity on jobs. Business Insider now reporting Shopify is raising its prices. There was earlier speculation on that confirmed now.
QQQ just made a new high of day there.
Oh yeah, Apple. All right, breaking over yesterday's low. Probably gonna need a retest of that, so expecting that. Nice move. I'm up 14%. Thank you, new high. There we go. I'm not scaling yet. And make some money back. Trade the chart. Facts. You're right. What's the eye? New high? It's still close. Breaking 700. Broke 700. Wow, I remember when this thing was 297. Sell volume. Sell volume there. Red Bull SCI. Oh, they're only a $39 billion market cap. It's a low flow. Got it. I just know what's squeezed. I said 100 plus. So like my number tells me 719.71 and she can break 702 and 03. You think it goes to 100 billion market cap one day? I looked at the company.
So Tesla's been the standout mega cap today, and it is starting to wane and break down here. You know, Tesla hit high around 190, 160-ish, and it's pulling in, testing the 190 level right now.
SYM. New high of the day. I will remember I said I want 43.93 and then 46.09. Those in the $45 call. AVG is pushing for that higher day.
OXY, Occidental Petroleum, raising their dividend from 18 cents to 22 cents. Oscar X-Ray Yankee, OXY.
UPST, new high a day.
Occidental increasing its dividend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. 2.22 cents up from 18 cents. Very nice. Alright, time for some quick maths.
I hear you. It's not for everyone. No problem.
I mean, you have had Tesla pull back there, Liam. So, I mean, it depends on where you opened your short. But it has pulled back quite substantially here. And again, this has been the strong mega cap of the day, pretty much outperforming everything. And look at the divergence in the Qs. Qs are above the EMA 113. Tesla's below.
What's Ford's market cap? The car is just as much of a paradigm shift as AI. Is that a safe bet?
Is that something you asking me or just in general?
No, I'm asking Budak, sorry.
The paradigm shift with DWAC. What about that?
Big D-Wag.
Yeah. Okay. NVDA looks like it wants to pop here, holding yesterday's high. CBC flip bullish on the 5. Trying to do it on the 10.
It's fast enough if you want to.
Is it? Yeah.
A little bit of a wedge for me, actually.
Good look, because I don't have VWAP on my chart. So
Gotcha.
good that you said that. Yeah.
So you have Meta, Amazon, Tesla all seeing some weakness.
I might get saved, even though I really should not be rewarded for EWAC. More than our position shares continuing high or spiking as former President Trump speaks about the border in January 6th. Delta Whiskey Alpha Charlie, EWAC.
Wow, D-Wag, go. 55% on the $55 calls. You walk.
Have you ever used the first film?
Let's be real, that company's going to zero at some point. What do you buy?
I figured we're going to see down the spike in activity, new highs on the hotel uniform November, and then it's a micro cap.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
So I'm seeing a lot of divergences here in the mega caps. You have Amazon trading below the EMA 113. You have Meta trading below the EMA 113. Qs are above it. You have Microsoft also trading below the EMA 113. Tesla also trading below the EMA 113. So that likely means that the Qs should push below this EMA 113 at some point, with many of the names breaking down here. What's keeping this market up is Google, NVDA trading at the EMA 113. Apple is above the EMA 113.
One fucking thing. You know what I just read? Yeah, it's over 40.
Amazing how the $100 calls do it.
I'm obviously seeing calls.
Excuse me, guys.
I grabbed the 50s, I'm at 81.
If I see any time finally spike up off of that thing, they're making their plus plan up to 20. By the way, also Buffett's going to receive a $55 million dividend payment from that Occidental dividend was declared.
Buffett is still a cheese. It's the whole two, just like
20 minutes to 30 years.
this.
You guys just made it.
Buffett's Airmax. Chill.
15 minutes looking a little shaky, hourly, and 30 minutes looking a little shaky and sharky. But just saying, it looks like it could do it like a little H lower, but it's still flagging out. Big flag.
I think the Rumble RUN shares also seen increase of activity, new highs for Rumble from a uniform, Michael.
I think the 30-year is going to go three ways: good, bad, or more the same. But it sounds funny, but I don't know. I'm going to probably cut out here. Cut the law of balance. 20 minutes. Hold a field. It doesn't seem like FBX is getting going here, and RSI is tipping down a little here, but so if you think about it, the moves have not been there. Like, it's really getting tighter and tighter. Look at MES or ES. Look at the range today. Nothing.
Is Kevin trying to come up?
You talking to the space in general?
Yeah, bring him. No, but I just invited him. Awesome. Who'd you invite? Kevin. Kevin. I just saw him there. I thought maybe you guys were doing something. You have seen it. More expensive. Less plane. Thanks. Always welcome.
Jason is at 1272. How did those 108 calls do this morning? Oh shit! Wow.
Yeah, I blew him out at 77. 877 from 69.
So we're seeing a bit of a sell side pressure coming in here into the Qs, into Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon. Everything's curling down at the moment. We do have that bond auction at 1:30. SPY's been red all day. QQQ's green.
Nah, 15 minutes. I stretch my legs.
You do that, Sharky.
Yeah.
Oh, here they go.
I'll be back later, guys.
Where's that, Mikey? Nice, great day, Mikey. Unbelievable. 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Order filled. What was that? I want to do that. Order filled.
There's a 10-minute bear flag on Microsoft that looks like it wants to trigger.
Order filled.
If it triggers and we lose the low of 412.70, you could see a move down to 411.30, which would imply a current drop from percentage.
I just shared a couple new swings on my profile.
That would imply roughly a 0.37% drop on Microsoft. A little more sell side pressure coming into the markets now. Basically flat on our coin trade here.
What happened, brother? Well,
low. Trying to flip CBC bearish on the 10. That's when I'll hop out.
Apple's still curling down. Google curling down. Amazon falling here. Tesla still falling. If Tesla loses its impulse green candle breakout bar, which is sitting at a low of 189.25, that's not a good sign for Tesla.
Quick, did Whale leave? Damn it. I wanted to ask him, did he have a good day? Do you know? No. I do not know. Hope you had a good day on the Shimon account. See if he sent us anything. Ed Collins, my baseline for rate cut this year is similar to 75 basis points in the Fed policy meeting from the Oh yeah, Whale had a great day. Beautiful. Good stuff. Apple getting smoked off yesterday's low. I am cutting my calls at a 20% off. Don't.
Just getting a phone call here, guys. Alright guys, so we are seeing the indices having a little bit of a sell-off here into the afternoon session. Coinbase is dipping on the back of Bitcoin, slightly dipping. You have Google curling down. Now Tesla's losing its potential green bar impulse breakout candle. Amazon's selling really hard. Microsoft's still holding up, but it looks like its bear flag could come to fruition here, which would push indices lower. Oil's moving up. Dollar's trying to bounce and curl up, but still had a big sell-off from that 104.45 area down to 104.17, still above the critical tightening zone. Again, oil's above $76 a barrel, currently up 2.74% on the session. If you look at NVDA did have a pretty big sell side candle there to the downside, losing the EMA 113 again. You can see on the 3-minute chart, the Qs are hitting that EMA 113. We bounced here last time, put in higher highs. Microsoft's pushing up, Tesla's pushing down. Really big push up on the Qs. It's really wild to see every single dip just getting ripped back up to the high side. You know, almost as if there's just a Fed pivot, Fed backstop, or probably the Janet Yellen, the Treasury backstop. But every single dip just phew. You know, the old saying, stocks take the staircase up and the elevator down. It seems that they've been taking the staircase down and the elevator up. The dollar just had a really big fall there. The DXY just had a really big fall, almost going negative. We do have a bond auction. So the Atlanta Fed GDP came in at 3.4%. Bond auction on the 30-year came in at actual 4.36%. So higher than the consensus on the 30-year, or higher than the previous number, which is certainly interesting. But that dollar just had a big crash down, almost going negative. If you look at the 30-year yield, that's the bond auction that just went on here. Massive dip in the 30-year yield as well. So small caps are liking that. But again, consensus came in at 4.36. And it's weird to see it dipping so sharply there. Oil continuing to surge and grind. So SPY is green now on the session. SPY is green. I just added to my Coinbase short at 131.60. 131.60.
Last dealer takedown was 14.5%. So this one is a little bit hotter, but not even a little bit hotter, right? Like it's in line. Just understand too that this offering is a little bit larger than the other one. So dealer takedown is pretty much in line. That big recovery, the more dollars on the proportional level came in. So it was a decent.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. It was much larger. It was much larger. Damn it, I missed TLT calls. Bunch. I usually play it inside. Ripped above 40.
Frank's tank?
I don't know. I just can't buy them here. Not yet. I'd rather be
Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, Google all have had a big push to the high side.
the whole thing right here.
I might just do a condor.
Alright, so just a quick update on the market. We have Meta selling off pretty sharply here. Meta's actually down now 0.83%. Google's curling down. Bitcoin's still hovering above 45,000. You have ARM pulling in from the highs, now trading below 120 at 119. Tesla's looking very, very weak. It's about to lose 189. Apple looks weak as well, below a lot of the key moving averages on the 10-minute chart. Microsoft has firmed up, but still potentially putting in a 10-minute bear flag. NVDA also potentially curling down. You have the S&P negative, the Russell positive, QQQ green on the session. Apple down 0.7, Microsoft down 0.14, AMD down 0.64. SMCI is still holding up relatively strong here. Coinbase took a dip, got us in the money significantly, and then had a big push up. Now it's starting to potentially dip again. Again, we did have that bond auction occur a few minutes ago, about 17 minutes ago, which flushed the dollar, caused yields to soften up. But it does show that there's some accumulation occurring in the bond market. So that being said, you have to ask, why is there accumulation occurring in the bond market? Are people believing inflation is not going to come back? Or are people buying bonds because they think the economy is slowing down? Typically, bonds are a flight to safety in times of duress or times of economic stress.
Is Justin still connecting, or is that just me? I don't see him up here. Is that Alpha? No. I do not see anyone up here. Yeah, it's not letting them in for some reason. It's weird. Yeah, get good, kid. Get good. It really is 50 degrees out. Actually touched the grass too.
S&P is coming down more now. Oil is starting to lose the $76 level.
Yeah. Mic check. Oh, yeah. Watched the video. My sister sent me the trailer. That was talking, right? Avatar. No, you can hear me though, right? Yeah. No, actually I can't. Anyone in here excited for that Avatar The Last Airbender series? I hope it's good. I would definitely watch it. I mean, I used to watch it when I was a kid. Me too. That was probably the best show of my childhood. Yeah, that was a really good one. And you know what? I rewatched it as an adult, and it wasn't that bad. But I've not rewatched it as an adult. I'm actually currently rewatching Narcos right now. Jumping like the Narcos. That dope like pop. Honestly, though, you watch the shows like you watch as a kid now, and they're horrible. Avatar is not bad. It is actually watchable at this age. What, Avatar is it?
XPE. Welcome to the stream, Narish. Yeah, so a daily chart breakout. That's a big breakout that has occurred. That's a really big breakout out of this bull flag. Right ahead of earnings. Interesting. So earnings after the bell, and Expedia is breaking out of this bull flag pattern. You're playing this into earnings there, Naresh? Expedia? They do have earnings after the bell. I mean, just this measured move alone, that's a tight bull flag. That takes you to 206 on the charts. But again, everything, it has earnings, so the earnings could absolutely cause a failed breakout here, but at the moment, this is beautiful, beautiful breakout on the daily chart. A beautiful breakout.
Oh, Jesse does have a nice view up there.
Decent amount of volume.
By the way, since we're quiet, I threw a link up top of some of the ETFs myself. Wolf, Advent, and Knott's have been keeping a close eye on from legendary investor Mario Gabelli. He's got some pretty cool ETFs we've been keeping an eye on, just doing some due diligence on. So if anybody wants the info on that, the link is up top. Just threw it up there. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. Oh, that is a nice view, Jesse. How the and CBN. Hey, yo, bro, that's not a good leg day, huh? Look at them legs, bro. Shit. Jesse is not skipping leg day. That's crazy. Oh, here he is. He's trying to get
Jesse skips calf day.
Dude, I don't know. The cup was crazy. I don't know. Well, you know, Jesse. Yeah, these spots too, baby. Oh, I had no idea how we had such good legs.
Tesla is still selling off here. Google curling down.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest, I always had an elevator. The only time I used the elevator was when I had a lot of groceries, but I would walk up the stairs 4 flights to get up there. Which is funny, I was on the fourth floor too.
I am not, my friend. I'm laughing. It is not burning.
Jesse, that means
Sorry.
Jesse, that means you're on the top floor?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because anything I think it's high enough, you need to have an elevator.
Yeah, you know you do. Yeah, exactly. If you in the city, if you don't, I mean, you said you get more than that, you can't have just stairs.
So I was in 9th floor of mine, and there was 1 or 2 things. There was a full week or 2 weeks where the elevator didn't work, so I had to climb up 9 floors. But they were like some of them were like 1.5 flights, so it was literally I was climbing up 15 like floors with stairs, 30 flights.
Oh, that's no joke.
That was a fucking leg workout. I just didn't leave the apartment half the time, honestly.
Look at this tight range the Qs have been trading. It's really this 433.48 to this 432.47. Very, very tight range.
Why do they have red birds? I would love to know why they have red birds.
Well, sharks not rough.
Curl that up.
I did go short with that, and right at the top of that. She squeezed you. That's the CI. There we go. Come on now. Yeah, they're gonna multiple learn real quick.
plan. I don't know. I'd have to look at my notes. There you go. Thank you.
Oh, I got you.
So Qs are trying to break out of yet again another inverted head and shoulders. We've seen multiple attempts at breaking out today that have failed, but you can see this little left shoulder here, head, right shoulder, approaching that neckline right now. We are trying, but Google's curling down.
I thought it was today.
Just be careful with this EXPE. It does have earnings after the bell. Does have earnings after the bell. I could easily see 170 Sarfraz. Providing earnings are good. And then if earnings really are good, we have a move all the way. Measured move is 206.70.
Okay. Now, remember I told you guys.
Implies roughly a 30% move.
Okay. On the UPSP, I said. No, you're like fucking 45 minutes late, bro. Anyways, UPSP, I chose a $36 call strike because a firm moves up, UPSP will follow suit. So remember the free market plan number is 34. I think it was 34.69. Break that, we go to close to 35.80. I think I said.
This $25 call to active balance years realize.
Excuse me. Yeah, you were right there, Liam. That was a good little short if you managed to make a profit on Tesla.
Someone's loading up the 780 SMCI call on place,
My bad.
which is a weekly now.
Bro, I closed those $20 pound tiers at 100%. Bro.
You're welcome, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna try using UPST. This UPST $55 call, February 16th.
banking. Uh-oh. Just trying to break that range. Still got yesterday's high to get through. Really choppy. Same like a SPY. Had a bouncing from those lows.
Over $60.
Oh yeah.
Oh, CDNA. Or $60 call swing for CDNA. 5%.
So on this next paddle period, when we have a red day, I'm going to be loading up April calls, June calls, January 2025 calls. I'll also be buying another 100 to 250 shares.
Well, you know what they say, boy.
No risk, no robbery. Right.
Do it, baby. Come on, Chula. Come to pocket, Chula.
All right, big push coming in the Qs here and the SPY. Big push.
I just got filled some there.
There you go, Spy. Beauty. Whoosh.
So the QQQ has triggered this little inverted head and shoulders. Upside target today is 434.07. 434.07.
Microsoft getting the shtick.
SMCI, you fucking beast.
What's she doing? Oh, new high. That's what she's doing. 709.50, baby. Mikey's banking. POTR, $25.
FMCI, I see 675 plus sells. Bullish, 200,000. That person must be listening to me and want my 719 number. Let's go.
All right, guys, I just added to my Coinbase short there at 132.20. 132.20.
It is so nice out right now.
Oh, really? Isn't it? No.
Still have about 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the trading session.
Firm up 140% on the $60 call, 422% on the 75. Did you try SPY?
Does Firm have earnings today?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, aftermarket. We talked about that. Yes.
Hence my UPSD call.
I'm guessing you're leaning upwards.
$75% on the FMCI 760s. I believe so, yes.
So again, the Qs have triggered a little bit of a mini breakout. Upside target is 434. As long as you stay above this downsloping neckline, you get a close back below that neckline, then you can test the low range down here again. But price action remains bullish as long as you're above this neckline.
Remember, SMCI breaks that 702 32 number. I see close to 719.71.
We have a short here on coin. Average is sitting at 131.72. Final ad level will be your double top at 133.03.
DSM up 112%. SMCI right at a gamma level. There's a major gamma level at 720. The next largest gamma level I see is at 7. What the fuck? 800. That's the largest gamma. Wow.
Oh, it's gonna be.
I know.
It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be like a 200 to 300 drop in like a month.
It's gonna be ridiculous when that happens. Yeah.
I mean, basically the last time it dropped, it was like $100 in like 3 days. Like, the float is so small. That's why. I mean, I don't know.
Whoa. Big sellers coming in.
Yeah, that start is so. Wow, hey, I just got a 10-cent pop. It's really big on the candle for some reason, but it wasn't.
So I'll just close the channel.
White House says
Your AI 60-day slant activity highs for AI. That's happened. Yeah,
Got a big top, major volume actually.
on AI.
Largest volume, yeah. Second, no, largest volume all day by just a little bit there.
AI $47 calls are in the money. Well, remember what I said. If it breaks that 27 42 level in the frequency plan, you could see 28.17.
I really am looking for a gift on this new kid. Yeah. At least, something to cool it down. Massive, massive. Just unreal. Love it. Yeah, that is unreal. We're stoked, man. I'm stoked for you. Because I know you got some share of that.
Hey, Philippe. The stream is running well? The stream is running well because I have every few minutes end stream. So is it not working for you, Philippe? No one else has really commented.
Yeah, we did not. There was no reactions to these, what's it called? Auctions at all. Compared to what it was, just. Yeah, that was one man. Tiny thing. I mean, it was a big move in like the moment. Yeah, the moment, yeah. It really did not. So, yeah, other than that, it was just same thing yesterday. I'm kind of shocked about that, but also at the same time, it's like everybody expected it from the bond auction. Now they're not going to make them. It's like,
That's super weird. Philippe, you can also try viewing it from YouTube. My YouTube handle is Trading One Capital. Might also work better for me. I'm doing two simultaneous streams. All right, so pretty big rejection there on the Qs that failed that breakout yet again. So it likely means we come to test the low end of the range. Dollars trying to catch a small bid. You have Google, Meta, Tesla, Apple, NVDA all curling down at the moment. Coinbase were flat on that trade, just like that. So Apple's been negative all day. Microsoft's negative. AMD's negative. Tesla's up 1%. All right, so we had the Qs attempt a little bit of a breakout here, which turned out to be a fake out, and it sold off, created a lower low here, and it appears that we are trying to maybe form a little bit of intraday bearish consolidation here. The dollar's still slightly green, but it has faded quite substantially. Semiconductors are still strong as a whole. The S&P is trying to push back up again. It's trying to flip back to the green side. Volume today on the SPY might be the lightest volume day of the year. Right now we're only trading 27 million shares on the SPY. That is measly. That is just peanuts. Oil's back above $76 a barrel. All right, so the S&P is starting to break down just a little bit here. Still slightly negative. Qs are slightly up on the session. The Russell's trading around that 196.15 area. Again, since the markets have exceptionally light volume today, if we start selling off on light volume, that's never a good sign. Typically, whenever you have light volume and you sell off, that just means there's absolutely no more buyers up here. Typically, when you have light volume, markets float up to the high side because it means that there's no selling pressure. So if the volume is light and we're trending down, that means buyers have been exhausted. So you never want to see a market sell off whenever the volume is light. And I mean, we're probably, if we're lucky, going to hit on the S&P maybe 50 million shares today, trade on the SPY. We're currently trading at roughly 26.9 million shares. So maybe we get to 50 million. And again, lighter volume does favor upside, but you have seen those scenarios where the markets can sell off on lighter volume, and that's typically not a good signal. So again, favor the upside with lighter volume. NVDA curling down, Microsoft, Google curling down, Apple curling down. More sell side pressure coming into the semiconductors. Yes, Philippe, I do. Most days. I've been sick a couple days here. I'm still currently sick, but I try to do streams every day. So about an hour and 30 minutes left in the trading session, and you can see the SPY tried breaking out here and is retesting. Now the big thing about the SPY is we're potentially putting in this head and shoulders pattern here on the 10-minute intraday chart. So we just want to be cautious and mindful that we are at the highs of the session. Head and shoulders do have a stronger track record of playing out when you're at the highs of the chart. And if this is to play out, this little left shoulder here, head, right shoulder, we have a potential downside move that could occur today. This would give a late day flush. We could see a move all the way down to 496 on the charts. So let's watch this closely. We haven't triggered it yet, so we want to be mindful that it has to trigger the neckline. But the SPY is coming down right now. Again, we're selling off on light volume, guys. Oil's pushing up above $76. It's now up 3% on the session. That's a whopping move in oil. That is a whopping move in oil.
And so, I mean, if you're going to call double top, I would say something like maybe Bitcoin in 2021 when it kind of did a double top. I mean, that was the top right after the top it had made. So that kind of makes sense. But you know, it's something that's a year or two later. A lot of these companies are now growing into their valuations. Their earnings have an extreme sell-off and flip. So if they were a little bit overvalued a couple of years ago, now they've grown into those valuations, and a lot of markets, like for instance, Meta in ad market has seen a rebound. So maybe we were at cycle highs in 2021, but we're definitely not at cycle highs now. So yeah, I do think we're going to go higher from here. I think 500 is possibly a psychological level for people. But once we close to that, I think we're going to get to 600 quicker than people probably realize. And yeah, I think I was mentioning that I listened to some podcast and talking about how Beth Neighbor has some analysis about if you just bought when the market was within 5% of all-time highs instead of consistently buying, you would actually.
Our markets are seeing a little bit more of a decline here into the close. Again, we're watching for the SPY to break this neckline. Qs are looking weak right now. Qs have actually just turned flat on the session, so they've been positive all day. They just turned flat to negative. SPY's been negative all day, chopping in a distributive range here on light volume, and we are selling off pretty sharply here. Even ARM is coming in. So our ARM day trade that we've been hanging on to for quite a long time here is now in the money. So we are in the money from this 117.27. I'm going to hold this overnight, guys. I'm holding ARM overnight, but we are in the money on our day trade. So I'm holding this one overnight because I still think the move that it's had is just astronomically insane. You know, for it to jump up 50% on only 824 million revenue is just ridiculous. You know, any fundamental analyst will tell you this is a bubble territory. So I'm looking for more downside in ARM. Basically, in the pre-market from the earnings pop-up, we hit a low off of the sell-off rejection all the way down to 93.78 here. So look for a move, a continuation move down to that range. So a decent sized bounce off of the neckline on the S&P. Oil's still ripping higher here, guys. Oil is still ripping higher. Still have quite a bit of trading time in this session. Over an hour and 20 left in the market session. Big bounce in the S&P 500 there. Same thing with the Qs. SPY's still negative. Qs are positive. Russell's up 1.5%, outperforming everything.
It's not just a bubble thing, it's just statistically proven over some period of time, right? And if we pull back on the time frame, it took us only 2 years to break out of this range we call highs, double tops, etc., right? But I know a lot of folks are focusing on, well, we went up nonstop for 14 weeks, we went 380, 400. Yeah, I get that. But that's kind of the snap out of stuff that you have to push on the high end to get out of that person into a different structure, right? We had a large defensive move, and on top of that, we still have like 5
In the round of fifth.
collecting yields that are going to pull back out into the influence downward that this year comes to. So my approach is that as the money starts to flow back into the market, very significant is going to continue towards the reverse. Again, the reverse came from basically we start to go into the right expansion of the market, right? So if I further that out into the details of the back of the expansion still going on, if you look at the S&P 500 as a basket, if we take out the top 10 performers, PEs for the rest of the market, 89 is about 16.
Again, guys, I haven't been talking as much because I am under the weather, so I'm trying to rest my voice.
So I get the argument where folks are saying it's going down because historically speaking, we traded about 16 when the market accepts that. Right now, the top 10 appear to be lower. So my challenge to that is if Brad's definitely continuing to expand, but the top 10 keep holding position, doesn't it make it harder to get that conversion? Right? Doesn't it make it harder to make your heavyweights continue to do their jobs, to join the order, right? The top rating continue to be MVPs. Why would you do that?
It was about NVIDIA and how he does the math on multiple people and such. And now we're in 2024. So if you start doing it on if you start doing the valuation on 2024 multiples, yeah, it's a bit overvalued, maybe 20-30% numbers. But like if you start looking towards 2025, which again, we're in 2024 markets look forward 18 months, so we're going to start pricing in 2025 numbers by mid this year. And his math was like you're 4% overvalued essentially on 2025 numbers. I think people keep throwing around this bubble term, but I don't think we've seen anything yet.
Right.
And so
right. So I mean, last point. I don't want to take up too much space and time. What else I'm going to share with our peers is the bubble term. Yes, I agree with that. But in my opinion, like you're saying, 2025 valuations, 2024, 2026, I still think is being very priced. You can notice that analysts are jumping. They're following price action. They're reiterating changes. I don't think we're in such a world that we, and not just us sitting in the space, right? I think as a collective industry, have still not understood as a baseline what is the appropriate price. And I think that's going to take another 4 cycles, in my opinion. 3 or 4 more cycles before we can really know what is appropriately a way to price these in. Because when it comes to reading and forward predicting, I think that will reprice the stocks. Right now, the stocks are repricing, and everything is playing catch up. Right? Sentiment drives price action. Right now, the sentiment is that we are expanding and continuing to be and expand, continue to be and expand. So why fight that? Right? Until the wheels fall off. Right? So I'll give the time back.
So the S&P and the Qs are pushing right back up. First resistance on the Qs is going to be this EMA 113.
years, I don't know your exact age, but I'd say a couple decades, right? Do you have any perspective on that? Do you have any perspective on now how things are might be getting repriced, considering just the different types of growth and underlying technology and things of that nature?
I would say I couldn't agree more. All technical comments of really all-time highs are a bullish signal. Right? That is not a bearish signal. And I think as everyone has discussed, every like 2 or 3 years, and then like a 20% bear market every like 5 years or whatever. We had a bear market in 2020, and obviously the Fed printed to get us out of it. But we had a bear market in 2020. We had a bear market in 2022, and it's already above the statistical mean of how often you should see a bear market. So, and it's like everyone's calling for a bear market, in 2024. It just seems kind of like, okay, so we're just going to go against all odds. The Fed has already shown their hand by bailing out banks in March when we had that issue, and they had the BTC program. So I think getting bullish on that news, them basically saying, no, we're not going to let anything kind of crush, the economy at this point. And government spending is in a deficit. I would like to see any data point where we went into a recession when government spending was in a deficit. So yeah, I think all those points, all the data shows that we still have a lot of upside, definitely in this run. I think we're closer to the bottom of this bull cycle than the top. Closer to the bottom of this bull cycle than the top, dude. That's an interesting quote. I'm gonna let you do that. Thanks a lot. I want to give you the opportunity to share your mind and your perspective here. Right, we're talking about today's markets, how we're approaching the markets right now. Things are at all-time highs. Other names are, undervalued. We had, I apologize to guys who the exact speaker was, but they're talking about the, S&P 490 being at about a 16 PE. That was tech, but how are you approaching the markets right now? What's your perspective on valuations, growth, sectors? What are you looking at? Do you have any perspective to share? So for me, I'm always looking at, and how are you guys doing today? It's good to be here with everybody. Great to speak with everyone. Platform also a great job, man, on hosting. But when we're just kind of looking at the market, for me, everything always comes to trend. That's the first thing that my brain always goes to. Are we up in an uptrend or a downtrend? I don't think of myself as the smartest guy in the room always. By any means, I don't even want to be the smartest guy in the room by any means. I think of myself as very simplistic. And being able to look at the markets in a simple way is looking at the trend. And seeing when something's in an uptrend like this, I don't want to be the person trying to stand in front of the bus. There's so many people who try to do that every single time the market's making new highs. Everybody gets so bearish and scared. And they say, oh, well, this is where people sell for liquidity. This has to happen. This has to happen. And really, nothing has to happen. When something's in an uptrend, we don't know when it's going to end. Look at, Bitcoin 2017, Bitcoin 2020 to 2021. Then you got cocoa this year, there's a million times throughout this entire run in something like cocoa. Because I'm a commodities trader. So we've been long cocoa for a long time. It gave us the we've been long it over a year now. And every single person, every single commodity analyst has come out with reasons why.
Oil making new highs on the session, trading at 76.38. Massive move in oil. Good to be long energy stocks. Again, if oil keeps pushing up here, it's going to force yields in the dollar higher, and it's going to be a natural drag, a headwind on the overall S&P 500. Think about it from a logical standpoint. Oil is a direct input cost for many, many different companies. Transports, miners, everything we know revolves around oil at this juncture. And oil's just flying. Absolutely flying.
Every single person, we were long it a long time ago, going back to the beginning of 2020. And every single person, every single comment I would get would be about, hey, those are going to correct by 50%. Those are going to crash. This is going to happen to semiconductors. And it's like, now we're all the way up here, and the same people are saying the same things. And any day you go back to this, and you're number one, you're absolutely right. But if you're a good trader, you understand risk management, you understand position size, you understand all of these things. So
S&P moving back up. Qs are moving back up.
you want to ride the trend. You want to let things go when they're running. That's the only way you make that major amount of money. You can't make money just by taking little trades. You need to have the big winners. And how do you get the big winners if you aren't able to stay in something when it's incredibly bullish and screaming bullish at you from the top of its lungs? Now, another thing you might want to ask yourself
were at the beginning of 2020. But, ask yourself these questions and you come to a very simple answer. Yes, the market could absolutely go a lot higher here. Also, another interesting statistic that's really kind of crazy, and I really never thought about it, but if you look at the January parameter, which is a seasonality typical, and basically it says that if January is the old saying from Yale first, as January goes, so goes the year. So basically, if January is up, most of the time you have an up year, then it's right just over 70% of the time, which is pretty high. But if you add that to an election year, an up January actually ends up in an election year. If it's up 100% of the time. So the year ends up 100% of the time. That's pretty crazy. So add all that together, and we have a great recipe here. What everybody else also said, I'm a statistician, I'm a quant, so I could go back through the numbers, but I heard everybody do that already because it's there's so many reasons to continue to be bullish here. That's kind of hard to be bullish. And number one for me is always the trend is up. The risk-bound sectors are leading the way, and so when I'm seeing all those, the recipe is here for the market to go more higher. I'm here for it, man. Thank you so much for walking us through that with awesome statistics, and I agree. I'm right there with you, dude. I'm fully invested. I'm $1 cost average. Things just so everyone knows, I've got sort of this long-term dividend growth portfolio that I've been building alongside some a little bit more risky and technology-focused names, all the same names that Shai and Nate have talked about from the semiconductor and the data perspective there. But dude, what a great space, guys! I've learned so much. I hope that people that here were hanging out with us are learning as well. I want to give Garrett the last opportunity here to sign us off. Just share a little bit about QQQY, SPYI, EOS, why people should consider having some exposure to these indices through a tax.
So you're getting a big pump through Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Apple, NVDA slightly lagging, but overall it is lifting the Qs and the SPY.
The goal is really to give you a fair amount of upside in the equity participation, but with a high degree of tax efficient income. That's seeking kind of 12, plus percent, 12 to 15% off of those two ETFs on an annualized basis. We think they offer really good value and exposure to all, the stocks plus indexes that we just referenced in our today's call. And think that they offer really compelling yield and tax efficiency for that part of your portfolio. I love it. Thanks so much, Garrett. And with that being said, I'm going to pass it back over to Wolf and our board Jordan. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much, Austin. Great conversation. You guys, I always kind of these feeling real bullish, not going to lie. Just the general consensus. And you guys give me a lot of confidence.
Well, if we need to fix that, there will probably be a 10% pullback this year. Just saying. At some point. Could be higher.
So very weak price action in PayPal. You see this falling wedge pattern. It did try breaking out, but it was a very muted breakout. Almost like you want to test 54.50, maybe 54.38.
Yeah, you guys start that, and everybody in the audience should go and join that space to see how to wrap this one up. So I really appreciate the panel. You guys are awesome. It was a great conversation, and appreciate the audience for always tuning in.
So it's just now power hour. 3 o'clock just hit. We're going to have power hour, sour hour. Light volume does favor upside, so we want to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt in this light volume session.
What's up? How we doing? Good. You excited for, I know your largest holding, firm is reporting earnings after those. Are you excited?
My largest holding in your dreams last night?
Oh, dude, why are you insinuating that?
Excuse me.
That was a little strange.
You're the one who's making stuff up. I just had to assume.
So what happened when you assumed?
PayPal 5250 gap.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day. We've had some good mixed reactions to those earnings we had yesterday. PayPal, obviously, I celebrated when it was up like 5-10% instantly, and then boom, down 10% the next day. So
Yeah, you know, this is a super bearish close on PayPal. This is a super bearish daily candle. Huge volume. The fact that you're losing this support trend line here.
it was a funny one. So good Greg vibes.
You know, there's a lot of volume here. There's a lot of support, but there's really two pretty big major. There's one gap here. There's another gap here, and then there's another gap all the way down at 5150. So honestly, like for a long-term investor, I think even in this range, accumulating PayPal is probably a smart bet. But you know, if you're a stickler for price, yeah, you'd probably want to wait till this low gap fill here at 5177. Sarfraz, you're looking at 5250. There's a gap fill. Yeah, so 5250 is right in the gap window. If you fill the gap, it needs to close it at 5166. So this gap will be closed right at this 5165 area. It would close the gap. 5250, you're into the gap window. But it definitely could get down there. It's not a stretch. You know, one thing I'm also looking at is if you go all the way back to pretty much your IPO low, just draw your trend line across. You know, there's a chance that PayPal wants to basically come down and test this upsloping trend line. Let's run through the penny stocks. Just going to adjust this slightly.
Yeah, my favorite penny stock right now is stock market news. Ticker is news.
SMN. Is SMN taken? SMN is taken. Ultra short materials.
Yeah, it is down 99.19%.
It is. That's actually pretty funny. As you do. But yeah, who knows? Maybe
So I mean, that would be a huge level. This gap fill plus this upsloping trend line going all the way back to 2015, that would be a huge confluence level. If PayPal flushed all the way into there, I'd be a buyer with both hands. That implies potentially another, 8 to 10% drop.
Some steam at some point. They had a good rate. Yeah, they're up 8.5%, but market cap's down 3.6 billion.
Yeah, don't look at that. Don't look at the 1 year chart on that one. Actually, the 5 year is better than the 1 year. 5 year down 43%, 1 year down 65%.
Yeah.
The 1 day though up 8%. Hey.
Yeah.
You know what they say? It's whatever time frame makes my point work is the one I'm going to use. We'll talk about the others.
Oh boy. What else?
But I agree, Sarfraz. I agree.
Picture of Cybertruck with Mars rover.
I saw that. Yeah, that was more like snow tires actually, but we'll let you say Mars rover tires.
Well, snow works as well. But apparently it's cool. Let's see. Okay. So
Just look at this oil. It's like a freight train. Boom.
If you came into the market at around even or so, nothing has happened. These candles suck. Look at the day on the index, nothing. QQQ up 0.22%, very little movement as well. NVDA dropped down right back underneath 700. It's now 699.61. That was a nice mover in power ratio for those that are with us on NVIDIA. Really jumped up there. I think it's up like 708, 710 area. And so we'll see if we can replicate it again today. Nice day for the crypto ecosystem. Bitcoin holding 4,500. Ethereum holding 2,400.
45K, not 4500.
45,000. Yes. Ethereum 14,400. And then the miners following along with it, as well as Coinbase. Coinbase up 8% on the day. The miners doing pretty well as well. Crypto miners, that is.
Tesla, another green day. You know, keeping an eye on the chart. We talked a lot about it throughout the last couple of weeks, but it seems like maybe they're coming in a little bit base here post earnings. So this has stopped dropping. So sitting right around 120 for now. New all-time highs today on SMCI. How's it feel being the bear? Do you think we're gonna have a pullback and SMCI goes hit new all-time highs?
I don't know if I said that. I personally avoid jumping in front of freight trains, but did I think it would keep going up like this? No. So I think I would say I would go for that.
See TSM?
What's Taiwan Semi doing?
Good, baby.
Dude, yes.
Yeah, 6%. Is this off of the R move, you think?
Mikey called out TSM $120 calls on Monday, and they're up 1,500%. Yeah, I don't know if it's just off the arm move. I think that whole industry, besides NVDA, is moving today.
Well, fair. With the way NVIDIA's been moving, we kind of makes a little sense.
Yeah, AMD is down 0.8%. So it and NVIDIA aren't really having big down days. NVIDIA is basically flat, to be honest. It's sitting right at 700 here. But yeah, Taiwan Semi continuing to move. SMCI continuing to move. New all-time highs. SMCI another 2.73% today. Absolutely bonkers. Things. Who would bet on SMCI higher? I know it's not market cap, but a higher share price than NVIDIA. Like that is crazy to think going back a year. That with no splits or anything, this would have a higher share price, but officially passes it today, I believe. Okay, Army already mentioned it's up 50%, it's up 60% earlier. Palantir continues its reign of terror out here, moving from $16.31 to $25 in about 5 days. Yeah, shout out to Palantir folks. If you came in off earnings, post earnings, okay, this is a great earnings report. You're doing pretty well. Speaking of the miners, Marlon's up 20% today. Did not really see that one come in. I'm not sure if anyone else was looking at it. The chart wasn't looking super hot, but it's popping hard. The Ryan's up 12% today as well. I also like to watch Cypher. I think it's up like 10%. Evan did mention his favorite stock Firm. We've got these earnings coming up. They're at 10.63%.
In my joke and turning around, it's just like it wasn't funny the first time when I did it. It's like,
Yeah, but nobody was in here when you did it. Now there's 350 people that know that's their favorite stock.
my question around Super Micro, though, I'm still on this one. When are they going to be doing a share offering?
As soon as they hit 800, I don't know.
No, they probably should. I don't know, Shai, if you have ever stock talk, this is something you guys watch, and maybe I'm wrong in saying it. When you have a price movement like this, I don't care what it does to the stock price after. You should take advantage of it and do a share offering.
Yeah, Evan, I just want to say though, like NVIDIA was doing that at 235 and now they're at 700. So like, I don't know. Yeah, they probably think that.
Guess what? You can do another share offering again in the future.
One thing I do also want to call out.
BTC popping, you think coin to 133? I mean, yeah, coin high of days around that 133 area, so it's certainly a possibility that it can retest. You know, Bitcoin's definitely pulled in from the highs. The highs of the day for Bitcoin is around 45,509. So it's certainly possible for coin to hit that.
It's quite challenging, actually. It's not as simple as like, oh my God, the stock gapped up enormously. And to be frank, I mean, you could debate whether or not the stock should be up 60% today. Do I think the stock should be up 60%? I mean, look, it's a nice quarter. But I mean, that is a very, very big move for, a stock of that size. And I think. You're talking about Army? Yeah, are you talking what are you guys talking about? Yeah, I mean, both those stocks, I mean, you would think what Super Micro was closer to, maybe it wasn't 60%, but it was, 25% higher in the 2 days following earnings. So, I mean, both of those companies, these are massive moves, and the semiconductor space is allowed for multi-month continuation of these names. So it's going to be a really tricky time.
Sorry, one thing you guys were talking about, spiking Q being flat. An additional observation for today is that IWM and XPI are actually both up nearly 2% today.
Just to add more color to that, 10 years up today too as well. You're seeing a lot of small caps reaching today, so that's the spread seems like it's expanding today, and so it shouldn't be this big, but they are, so that's a good thing. Then to underperforming knife by 10%, and then we'll see where we're going to go forward. But those names have been pretty volatile.
Yeah, that's fair. They really covered a lot of the ones that I was looking at this morning. But yeah, large cap tech, nothing today. The only one that's moved more than 1% is Tesla. The ones that I'm watching. So we can kind of dive into the thick of it. I know that we've got those earnings after the close, but nothing too major. Any specific topics you're going to want to work into this initial area as we get?
Yeah. You're seeing the dollar breaking down a little bit. I'll maybe let it pierce that zone, but I'm still interested in adding at that double top. I mean, the one thing we have to be just cautious of is it's a momentum name, squeeze name, so it could certainly push higher than that. But I would let it pierce that zone first.
Shares because they'll use it to expand if they really do have that opportunity. So I think that's a fascinating conversation I would want to dig more into as well. And yeah, I think that those are the main two on my mind. I would love to also hear like some reactions to the earnings we had yesterday with Disney, the PayPal, and the ARM holdings. We can talk through some of those. Those are the topics that would be top of mind in my perspective.
Cool. Dimitri, you good to kick us into it? Yeah, sure. We'll talk some short computing on the macro front. It's really weird what's going on right now. You're seeing a lot of alarming headlines. Obviously, big news. You're seeing weakness in the commercial sector. They're saying some risks there. Banking crisis. You're seeing some other headlines about higher delinquency rates. Besides the headlines, I haven't looked into it that deeply, so I'd rather not comment on it until I have way more data and a stronger sense of what's really going on. I will say it is kind of weird, certainly what we're seeing now. So we put it really well. They said we're seeing a white collar recession.
So there is always the chance that coin can push up today all the way up to 134.58. Basically, if we pierce this double top, I will add. So call it around 133.03 or 133.10. But if we get a 2-minute close above this high candle, I'll just simply stop out of the trade.
Which basically means that they've used a quantum computer to solve a problem that would take like a classical computer like an impractically long amount of time to solve. I think it's called the Sycamore processor. Performed a calculation that took 200 seconds that a normal computer, like even a supercomputer.
But Bitcoin is trying to make a move to the high side here, so I do see that.
$2.6 billion in the first half of 2023, which I think actually marked a record. In my view, I think we're going to see a lot more investment in this area, assuming, this is the biggest assumption, that interest rates we get a couple of Fed rate cuts, and assuming underlying macroeconomic trends don't scare risk appetite. They're also going to lower long-term developments like for quantum computing for deploying at cost. That's a really big prohibitive factor. I think just like the refrigeration device, essentially, because quantum computers have to be kept at really, 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 really low temperature. It costs like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think now, but you're also seeing a lot of public investment in the government. And I think that's why 30 governments collectively put in like $40 billion in public funding for quantum technology, essentially, which doesn't sound like a lot, but over time, obviously, that builds up. The big players in the quantum computer space, IBM, Honeywell, and Intel, regarding the ETF that I have exposure to, it's QTUM. essentially it tracks the blue star quantum computing and machine learning index. So that's sort of a particular BQTUM, and it's passively managed. The top biggest five holdings are AMD, SocialX, NVDA, Marvel Technologies, and KS Instruments, all of which have direct exposure or are looking to delve into the area of quantum computing, whether it's software or hardware. Notes on that I have right here. In my view, I think it has tremendous applications, not only commercially, but also in terms of cybersecurity. So obviously there's going to be a fusion of public and private interest, security and commercial. For that reason, for the long-term time horizon, I'm quite bullish. I'm slowly adding to that position more and more. It does obviously track broad indices like the NASDAQ, so in that regard, it doesn't deviate too much. My take on it, though, is that one, the ETF is pretty inexpensive, and two, if we do see a massive jump in, quantum technology or major breakthroughs, that yes, that'll obviously help indices beyond, the Nasdaq, will also help the S&P, like we saw with the AI boost. But I think if we do see major changes, which I anticipate we will, then the quantum exposed ETF will benefit asymmetrically because it has more exposure. The ETFs itself is pretty diversified. Its heaviest holding is only like 1.5%, and everything there is smaller. So that's also why I like it. It has a lot of diverse exposure. Yeah, that's kind of it for me on the quantum front in terms of the macro.
Actually, Dimitri, before you get far off that, I would love to ask a question and kind of get your thoughts around NVIDIA specifically, what their role could be in the quantum kind of universe. How is it something that they're taking seriously and investing for the future? Is it something they're talked about?
So I'm seeing Microsoft, Google, Meta all trying to curl up. You have NVIDIA curling down slightly. A little bit of sell side pressure in Amazon. Energy is still a powerhouse. SMCI ARM, that's curling down slightly.
It feels like the world continues to get more technical, and quantum computing is a potential example of what could be coming in the future. And NVIDIA, in my mind, has continued to prove itself to be at the forefront of those innovations. So for me, being able to hear what they're doing in a specific area is pretty interesting for me. So I would love to get kind of your thoughts on what you've seen around how NVIDIA specifically is investing in quantum computing as they look to be an early leader, possibly could be.
No, that's a great question. So as far as I know, they're looking to essentially position themselves for enabling the infrastructure for quantum computing. So as far as I understand it, it's not right now, although they're not directly building quantum processors themselves. As I understand it, their involvement is a lot of the GPUs, which as we know has been really popular, are being used for quantum simulations on non-quantum computers. In other words, it's used to simulate how a particular quantum computer device might work under these conditions, under this scenario. So they're not involved in it directly per se, if that makes sense. That's as far as I know. It's an area I'm looking more into. That's, as I understand it, how NVIDIA is kind of dipping their toes into it.
Appreciate it. I cut you off while you're going into the macro topic now.
Oh, no, what I was just going to say is that, sorry, on the macro front, I'm afraid I agree with you. I just didn't talk about energy transition yesterday, talking about the lithium-ion triangles. Honestly, I've just been focusing really on that.
All right, heavy volume coming in on coin at this region. It is trying to break out with the Qs here. So again, since we've been consolidating here at this double top range, it likely means that if we do break out, we're probably going to blast through this pivot high. So
there's always a million and one reasons why the stock market should collapse, and that's not a trap I'm going to fall into. So yeah, in terms of the macro stuff, I'm a little bit short on that today, but definitely going to have more stuff for you next week.
Well, I know Stock Talk loves to focus and has been covering the lithium triangle in South America for a really long time. If I understood that correctly. So I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I'd personally wait to 133.30 to add to the short position.
The lithium triangle in a while. I don't know if anything's changed or kind of how production is going there, how the geopolitical environment. Obviously, it's across 3 South American countries. I believe their relations are pretty solid. There's nothing really around it. I did see some news around kind of them possibly making corridor from east to west or west to east or whatever that could help transporting some of those that lithium out of South America instead of going to some areas. So that could maybe make it easier and prices come down. But what's the latest in that part of the world?
Yeah, so the lithium triangles, Argentina, Colombia, and Chile, they have around 60% of global lithium reserves. And as far as I understand it, like each country has its own unique political economy that is both good and bad. So, for instance, with Bolivia, there are a lot of really restrictive conditions for outside investment. So, for OFDI overseas, foreign direct investment, and their goal is to become a big player in the lithium market by 2030. Now, that's kind of difficult considering that really strict regulations about who is able to invest, combined with a stronger push by both domestic and foreign companies pushing ESG metrics. Although we've kind of seen that get washed away as security implications take precedent. That could make it really tricky for them to expand their specific operations in Argentina. I mean, to quote Noe Harari, that country has been on permanent life support from the IMF and has a reliable history of defaulting on its debt and having macroeconomic stability. So if you combine that in an environment where, I mean, yes, we are seeing prospective rate cuts on the horizon.
So pretty decent sized dip there. Check DWAC. Dump. Let's check DWAC. Yeah, that was a decent sized dump there. Just a quick intraday dump. Still consolidating on the daily chart here. That was a decent sized dump though. Huge recovery. Seems like a fake out shakeout. Maybe you come and retest the low or at least retrace 50% of this tail. Yeah, it did get bought back up. Typically, whenever you get a dump that hard, you retest it, you retrace 50% of it. But you can see this EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart has been your support, really since you broke out here. Bounce off of it, kissed it, dip below. All right, coin is coming in nicely now. Coin is coming in nicely.
Selling EVs in the U.S. I think in that regard, that's like kind of my update for sort of lithium triangle in terms of some of the domestic geopolitics and macroeconomic factors affecting it. Overall, I am still bullish on the energy transition to the extent that mining companies with exposure to cobalt, copper, nickel, and lithium will
Excuse me.
quite well if governments really push for certain.
I do have NVDA curling down again, SMCI curling down, ARM curling down, Bitcoin curling down, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta all curling up.
So it is predicated on which scenario you're outlining, because that does, or rather working off of, because that will influence how you expect energy prices to rise. Yeah, that's kind of my take. I'd love to hear stock market thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic there has changed with a couple of different measures. I think the first being really nationalist policy around, most of the South American players involved, and that still remains to be determined. I think, that'll take probably 5 or 6 years to determine, how much, where they want the measure to be on the scale in terms of, nationalized properties versus privatized properties versus what degree of foreign investment they'll allow. That'll affect the economics in that region pretty dramatically. But the second, and probably the biggest development in that whole space the past year, which has really kind of put me on the sidelines as far as trading those stocks in the last 6 months, really the last 8 months, has been.
So Apple's still down 0.5% on the session. Bitcoin up 2, coin up 8. Nat gas down 4.5. Mares up a whopping 20.41%.
And there are institutionalized trading entities that are regularly involved in those spot markets. And I want these
Meta's slightly green, Google's slightly green, Amazon just slightly negative. Oil up a whopping 3.14%.
Now, when you think of commodities where that doesn't exist, they become much
Carvana, high short interest name, up 8.5%.
more able to be influenced by a single market. And so the United States doesn't have a spot market ETF yet for lithium. Neither does Europe, just China. And that ETF is driving an obscurity in regional pricing globally, which is another big headwind for that space. So those are a few things that I think need to change in order to really get reinvigorated on that general theme. And another thing I think is that the M&A so far in the space has been less about the big players like your Albemarle's, or your SQMs buying smaller players as opposed to smaller intra-merging or outright splitting their operations. And that isn't exactly bullish either for the mid-cap players. So there are definitely some headwinds that have, I think, changed with regard to the stocks in that space in the past year.
Qs are trying to break out here.
If any of those things change in the other direction, it could be worth watching again.
SPX 5000. It hasn't hit there yet. Almost. What did it hit? It came about 33 cents away. That's what I have. Or actually 32 cents away. That's what I have. It would be wild if it doesn't hit 5,000. I think I've seen so many posts on Twitter in the finance community, SPX 5000. Imagine it doesn't hit it. Imagine we come up 32 cents shy. That would be wild.
History of swinging between radically left and radically right governments, which creates a really uncertain domestic political economy, which could affect big industrial projects like lithium. Now, in the best case scenario, that progress stays second, meaning it does not get swept up with the domestic politics, but that is another headline risk also to consider. We'll jump back in here for a second. Been enjoying the run through the conversation. We're about 30 minutes in. If you're in the audience and you have any stocks you'd like us to look at, click that purple pill. Bottom right of the space. It's got the number 12 on it right now. That's the comments in the space chat. Drop in there any stocks you're looking at, or just let us know where you are listening in from. Appreciate you coming in and being a part of this day. Any questions in general that you have, happy to.
SPX is about 90 cents away from hitting 5,000. It probably will hit there. We've been consolidating, but it would just be funny if it didn't.
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, I know that everyone is hot on these Disney and PayPal earnings. Sorry to sound like a boomer, but I feel like, and I keep talking about the thing, but again, Hershey is had a very bad earnings report, and the stock is up 5%. It opened down and rallied, and
What's interesting is the 10-year had a big intraday dip, and now it's basically back to the highs of the session. Same thing with the 20-year yield. It's up 1% on the day.
Stable. They've done well with pricing power. This is all in the midst of cocoa. Their major input cost has gone essentially vertical, the commodity. And right now they reported basically they revised downward their guidance for 2024, and the stock went up. And that's after they also announced that they're raising their dividend and whatnot. But again, I like to watch whenever stocks put in a bottom, hopefully. And I've been essentially trying to call the bottom, and I went long at 186, sitting at 205, 206 now, or whatever it is. And again, it's a small move, but I captured some of that movement, calls as well as shares, and so pretty happy today. And I feel a little bit vindicated, but we'll see how it treads along. But yeah, I mean, there's zero optimism in the 2024 forecasts. I think if we see like cocoa come down or something like that, and this stock really doesn't need much. It's like historically cheap at this point. So yeah, I think whenever you get an opportunity like this, household name, quality name, for instance, the big names in early 2023 or late 2022, when you get an opportunity like that,
Impressive that Disney is holding most of its gains, still up over 11%.
it's worth swinging. So that's why I kind of been growing. I've been taking more positions, and so I have a lot more names that I own today. It's actually posted a portfolio update recently. But yeah, I mean, so that is one that I've been talking about a lot. It's been good. I think that there's so much opportunity, and I think that a lot of stocks have yet to have any bit of optimism in them. Like if we think about Southeast Asia, for instance, Coupang is a name that I really love. It's the Amazon of South Korea. C Limited is also a very good company. It was able to break out of the 35 to 40 range. I feel like there's maybe some more optimism going into earnings now. There's another one called Grab, which is the Uber of Southeast Asia. But yeah, Coupang is my favorite name in this space. But again, I just feel like everyone is so hopped up on what's NVDA doing and all that. But I think that if we look around, there's a constant conversation with the bread is really bad, and it's like, well, there are great companies who, for the last 2 years, have been improving their
Excuse me.
businesses, inflecting in their profitability metrics. The valuations have come way down, but the stocks are still in the gutter. So I look for opportunities like that. I think most of my portfolio is actually.
You have Tesla now curling down, Google seeing a small sell side pressure, Meta still strong, Microsoft still pushing higher, Apple's curling down. NVIDIA appears to be putting in maybe a little bit of a bear flag on the 10-minute chart.
We're almost through earnings seasons, and I'm like, my portfolio is like 85% not reported yet. And so when you hold a lot of mid caps, smalls, mids, etc., they report later. They're kind of like, I don't want to say shit codes, but like, these guys typically report late February, early March, mid March. So I still have most of earnings seasons ahead of me, and I think that a lot of these small caps, for instance, the profitable growing ones, are looking pretty good going into earnings because there is no optimism in their share prices. It's not like these things are trading at all-time highs and they've been rallying into earnings. No, they've been decaying. So something like Hubmatic and Magnite, which, by the way, Criteo, if anyone follows that name, or any of the other ad tech names, I mean, obviously everyone's Meta, and they've crushed it. Q3 2023 was probably the bottom in ad markets. And so we have Trade Desk, I think, reporting like next week or something like that. That chart looks bullish. I'm not long Trade Desk because I never get satisfied with the valuation, but I have this
Bigger sell-off coming in Tesla. We are seeing Tesla starting to weaken here.
On the demand side, the advertisers, so they kind of one represents the buyers of that space.
We have 24 minutes left in the trading session.
Sellers of that space, and it's always more advantageous to be on the buying side. That's why Trade Desk has a premium valuation. But when we look at the discrepancy in valuations and the ad market is ultimately rebounding, I think it's a rising tide that will raise all ships. So I'm just quite bullish on Hubmatic and Magnite, especially going into this year. You got to recall it's also an election year, so we'll have an additional tailwind from political campaign ad spend, and then small caps in general are in the gutter because of the rate situation. Even though these companies don't really rely too much on that, Magnite has more debt, but Hubmatic has zero debt and 200 million cash on the balance sheet. volume in the ad market, that operating leverage is going to show. These stocks on a forward multiple are, I think, very undervalued. So that's just an example, and I think there's many other things that are going to benefit from lower rates moving forward, like solar. I think they bottomed potentially on the NVDA earnings the other day, triple miss, and stocked up. And some lending companies, I think, I've been adding to lending companies. I think that the next 12 to 24 months are probably very, very constructive because these companies.
Seeing the Russell 2000 pull in from the highs here.
The stock is getting destroyed for 2 years straight. And, when you start seeing companies report still bad earnings, still bad forward guidance, and the stock moves up, I think the market's saying, all right, this stock is punished enough. Obviously, it's going to rebound. So, again, I think a lot of these stocks are still at cycle lows. And so, looking forward to the cycle that is just beginning, in my opinion, I think whatever, we might see 10% more downside or whatever, but I think the forward upside is much higher and worth looking forward.
All right, I saw we got Brad joining us on stage as we talk here. Brad, pretty crazy moves today off the earnings. Power was up.
So currently speaking, the Dow Jones Transports and the Industrial Average did firm up. They were briefly negative earlier on the session. They're both now positive. You have the SPY positive. XLB Materials, they are slightly negative. XLC Communications up 0.25%. You have XLE, the best performing sector, which is energy, up 1.14%. Financials, XLF slightly negative, down by 0.3%. Industrials, slightly green, up by 0.02%, so it's pretty flat. And you have technology up 0.37, staples negative by 0.2%, XLRE, so real estate, up 0.47%, utilities underperforming the market, down by 1.1%, healthcare also negative, down by 0.2%, and XLY, consumer discretionary, is slightly positive, up 0.36%. Wow, just 35 million shares trade on the SPY. That is so light. That is such light volume. 35 million shares traded on the SPY. That is ridiculously light. That probably is the lightest. I'm going to have to check that, but that might be the lightest of the year. On November 24th, 2023, so last year we traded 29.73 million shares. This is the lightest day since. So this is the lightest volume day since November 2023. Wow.
It isn't an offshore, it's not a subprime lender, it's average customers, a little bit more active, but it's also not a SoFi, which if I'm going to speculate in the world of fintech and financial services, I want the strongest borrowers and the healthiest credit metrics that the sector can provide, and that's not really a firm. Again, I don't know if they get report a block or it's just not something I'm super interested in. For after hours, it's Cloudflare, it's Bill.com, probably focused on data processing software, and then Pinterest as well. I view Pinterest as sort of between Snapchat and Meta in terms of quality of operation, quality of liquidity. Bill Reddy was really instrumental in building Braintree and Venmo, which are basically the only two healthy parts of PayPal right now. Is leading that company, so I don't think they're going to struggle as much as Snapchat does, but I don't think. I mean, Meta has half the world's data on their platforms, and so when Apple says things like, "We're not going to let you share data signals between apps anymore," that means you need a gigantic supply of relevant first-party data, and that just favors scale and makes the bigger even stronger. And that's Meta in the social media space. We'll see how Pinterest can fare. They're doing a lot of commerce, trying to ramp ARPU.
So small sell-off into the close. Primarily the sell-off is happening across the semiconductors. NVDA, ARM, Apple still remaining firm, Microsoft remaining firm, Meta remaining firm, Google remaining near the highs.
Yeah, well, I think we might want to kind of keep on these earnings, and I would love to get Kevin and Shai into the conversation as well, because we haven't heard from them. Shai, I feel like a lot of these stocks would be here in person. Kevin, I want to come to you first, because I know you have to go and do a hit. This guy, if you guys don't know, he stays in the space for the full 2 hours, but he does a TV hit every single day during this. So shout out to Kevin for masterfully adding to the conversation with so much knowledge, but also doing a real job during all this stuff, doing a great job at it. So appreciate you joining in the spaces every day. And any Kevin, watch any of these earnings coming up after the close? I feel like Expedia Group, which we haven't touched on at all.
So bigger dip coming in the semis into the close here.
Yeah, any of these names.
Bitcoin popping, Coinbase popping.
I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I'm actually not really focusing on Expedia. Even though their earnings report the last time was kind of shocking. They actually had a really good report. So if they can follow up on that, they probably can continue to see the momentum to the upside. I mean, they've been able to recapture some market share, and then they've been able to have some really good technology on their platforms that seem like their customers really like. But I don't know the nitty gritty about those earnings so too much. I just know that they killed it the last time. I'm actually looking at a firm, and unfortunately, well, for me, I've been waiting for this announcement for the last 2 weeks after we saw the Star and Capital One. Now, yes, it's a completely different company, but their customer base for the most part should be the same. And we saw some stress ordered by those two. I'm believing that we might see some stress or hear about some stress from the firm. Now, the thing is, they might be able to gloss over it and talk about some of the partnerships.
So Expedia after the bell has earnings. You also have AFRM, buy now, pay later. That one probably heads lower. Typically has negative earnings reactions. But stranger things have happened.
Recap of this earnings preview, and I literally said the same thing. It's outside of the social network and kind of getting away from just trying to be a social framework. And I think that's been phenomenal for them. Over the last 3 quarters, they've been implementing some technology to make it a lot easier for their users, and not only users, but those that
So NVIDIA's down about 0.5% right now, selling off into the close.
Amazon making it a really quick experience. There's a lot of things that they're doing on the back end. A lot of people just don't talk about this company at all.
All right, guys, getting pretty late in the session here. 10 minutes left. I just closed my coin on that dip there for break even. I just closed my coin on break even dip. Do you think it can still head lower? I still think it could probably head down to this low range of the channel, but I just want to, in case the market, we're running out of time, right? You know, there's only 10 minutes left, 11 minutes left.
So market makers are preparing for some volatility. I'm expecting a little bit of volatility there, but I think it can actually do pretty decent. That's it from the earnings side. Just real quick, and I'm going to go back to earnings. Duke Energy also had earnings this morning. I thought that was actually very surprising. Not something I thought.
Bigger dip coming in the S&P here.
They're sliding about 4%, really dragging down the utilities. So it's not just like the tech names are really doing great in certain pockets, but we are even seeing some other companies, rightfully so, that are seeing a little bit of stress when it comes to trying to operate their business. So I will kick it back because I don't have any more earnings talk around that. That's what we're focused on. So I appreciate you.
Twitter being weird with you. Yeah, I appreciate you as always, Kevin, and I'll definitely circle back with some more topics and questions and all that good stuff as we get further on into the spaces. And just in general, for everyone up here, I know you guys are all regulars. Always feel free to just jump into the conversation when you really get it flowing. These conversations are great when we have people kind of talking back and forth, and smart people talking to smart people, asking questions, and that's my favorite part of what we get to do on here. So, yeah, never stop yourselves from jumping into the conversation. The only thing is, don't talk over people. Hard to hear, but besides that, always love to have an open panel. Shido, I would love to loop you into it. It feels like a couple of names reported today could be in your universe. Are you watching anything after the post? Yeah, so Cloudflare is 4% position for me. So they're an essentials part of modern tech stack for sure. I mean, pretty much like if nobody knows that they make websites fast and secure, just say that. And they also have a feature for protecting against cybersecurity threats. So they're absolutely necessary, and they do have a Gen AI impact into their kind of business. Having said that, they usually don't have a track record of guiding up significantly or beating their estimates by 5 to 10%. Usually it's always slight beat. Operational metrics increase, but usually it's a soft guide up. And they're after the Q3 print, they went down to the low 50s, and you can see right now they're at $90, so it's a close to 7% drop with no fundamental reason at all. Purely just because they're part of the AI trend, and they have a 30% CAGR for the last 4 years, so that's incredibly impressive. However, they're still supposed to have 9% free cash flow margins, bouncing up to mid-teens, but it's nowhere close to the best of breed software fundamental metrics you like in service now, process, right? So they have a very, very high valuation. I'm saying high valuation compared against other growth companies. So I did do some trimming today. I anticipate I'm actually selling off a bit. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I just think they ran out of time unless I see any kind of tangible reason why they deserve the updated multiple rather than just multiple expansion. Then I do think it's going to have a fade eventually from their print today. One thing I also want to call out is we have this closing bell is I did reduce my close one position today in my portfolio, and that's Paycon. It's PAYC. It was the cheapest valuation out of all 16 holdings in my portfolio. If people don't know what Paycon is, it's pretty much a cloud solution.
All right, so into the close here, we have had the S&P closing basically flat, IWM up 1.48, QQQ up 0.16, dollar's catching a small bit into the end of the day here, nothing crazy. I think the big thing is that the dollar was trading all the way up to 104.40-ish, and it faded quite substantially off of those highs. So right now the dollar's still on the daily chart, just consolidating. You are technically above the breakout neckline. The price action is not quite ready yet to continue higher.
So I was like, all right, short-term purple, long-term gain for stickiness makes larger enterprises start using PayPal's product because of Betty. Well, commentary yesterday from Dan Mills, they're blaming like the not recession, like the environment of like labor force is kind of weak, where a lot of the smaller companies aren't adding that many headcounts. They were really taking it was kind of a brush off answer to like why did you only increase your customer count by 1% quarter to quarter when your sales and marketing expense like not skyrocketed but jumped a ton quarter over quarter, but only resulting in 1% customer count increase. Like why is that? And you blame the economy, which like if we all read like the data we've been getting, like it's surprisingly strong. So I didn't like that. That did not pass.
Final 5 minutes of price action here. S&P has turned negative, Q's positive, Russell positive. Gold negative, silver up a whopping 1.7. Yields are green across the board. VIX is down.
So I want to call that out. But yeah, again, about today's earnings, I think our firm is a commodity, so I don't really think that's real business. I don't want to really involve into that. Bill.com is interesting. I really want to see what they do because it's similar fashion for like Cloudflare dips.
NVDA down about 0.6%, selling off here into the close.
So low 50s, and they're at $77 right now. So here's to see like if they can pivot or are they going to do Paycom type of quarterly earnings appointment, the macro environment for why they're not executing. So pass it back to you if you have companies something closing bell, but that's kind of been on my radar.
I appreciate it as always, Shy. Brad, I saw in a note too there that you get thoughts on the conversation that Kevin or Shy started talking about.
So SPX did not tag the 5,000 level that everyone has been calling for. Still has a lot of time to do it. Eventually it will. But it'll have to wait another day.
Several other touch points to actually understand your payment tendencies and to actually create a tangible benefit from this buy now pay later button versus 18 other buy now pay later buttons that all do the exact same thing and can get me to check out in 1 or 2 or 3 clicks. So again, I have no idea if it jump 30% after hours, 12, 30%. I have no idea what the stock is going to do. I'm just agreeing with Shy on why I shied away from this investment unintended.
More sell side pressure into the close. NVIDIA keeps going lower here, dipping now to 696, down 0.7. Apple's negative, Microsoft's negative. It's very rare to see the Q's positive when Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft are all negative. Super, super rare.
Take Two, which owns GTA, Rockstar, all that stuff, 405. Dexcom, which is a
We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red. The rest of them are green.
405. So this should be an earnings that our day will be done speaking about this around 4:50.
Amazon also just flipped negative.
Awesome.
Tesla's up 1%. Meta's up 0.04, so basically flat.
That way. Doc, have you thought about these earnings we have coming up after the close?
No, not too many names I'm interested in. I mean, I think Pinterest, there's some interest there, curiosity, I guess you could say. There's pretty complicated read-throughs in this industry. A lot of times, people try to look at one company's performance in the social media space and project it to the others, and that doesn't really work. I mean, obviously Meta has been a blockbuster performer recently, not only the stock price, but their last quarter was very impressive. Etsy, I can't remember, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they had decent earnings and a decent reaction. Is that correct? I don't remember either, but either way, Snap had a bad earnings. Regardless of what the numbers for Etsy were, I don't recall, but mixed bag from the perspective of those two stocks. And now you come into Pinterest, where Pinterest has that potential read-through to Amazon with their advertising partnership with Amazon. Now, are they relevant to Amazon's broader e-commerce business? No. But there have been some positive channel checks on user growth, on segments in particular cities. There was a Morgan Stanley report on Pinterest.
Huge pump there on the SPY. Whoa, NQs, look at that rip. Where did that come from? Here, members, definitely stay tuned for a daily analysis video. There will be some things to discuss here. Overall, it was a positive day for the markets. S&P just closed green there into the end of the session. QQQ also closed green, and the Russell outperformed everything, closing up a whopping 1.5% on the session. Semiconductors saw some strength through SMCI and Taiwan Semiconductor and AVGO. But on that note, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the stream tomorrow. Take care, everybody.